Professor Jalaluddin, his thought, his work, and his legacy. We are honored to have senior academicians, people those who've been working on the field. We have some senior journalists among ourselves, and most importantly, we have teachers with us, many teachers, and I would say that their presence marks the common commitment that we all share as educators and the ideas that Jalal sir's life stood for. Today, as we are remembering Jalal sir's life or his work, we are actually celebrating not just an educationist. We are celebrating a scientist, first of all, because his first avatar was as a physicist when he worked in the field of theoretical physics. And actually he had 2 PhDs, as I understand. One from Calcutta University and then other from the Moscow State University, where he worked extensively in molecular physics. But his work and his passion for education actually brought him back to academics, and he started teaching physics in India, in Aligarh Muslim University, and that's where his life completely changed. When he tried to introduce new physics, as it was happening globally, into the curriculum of Indian universities. This, in many ways, started a new journey, new chapter in his life, as he gradually started engaging with school education. So we see in his life that how from a pure theoretical kind of concern, he actually became the person we know. And I think it would be an interesting process today for many of us to explore that journey once again with so many esteemed speakers among us. Jalal Sahab, as we used to call him lovingly, not Jalal Sir, but Jalal Sahab. And for him, education essentially was a tool for realizing a different society altogether, a new human being altogether. A society which is at the very core democratic, progressive, egalitarian, very humane society, and a person which reflects all these values. And his commitment to that idea of education remained till the very last. I still remember whenever I used to, I had a good 10 years time almost of having independent conversations with him on almost on a monthly basis or so. His method was very unique. No matter how good you feel you are doing, no matter how deep your work is, he always had very difficult questions. And that's where he used to begin from. He'll always begin, acha kya ho raha hai, kya kar rahe ho, ab kya soch rahe ho. And then when you start narrating that entire story, he'll enter into a dialogue which in many ways dismantles you, actually forces you to think very deeply about your own work. And once that phase is over, then you see a different Jalal Sir. A Jalal Sir which is very compassionate, a Jalal Sir who's thinking along with you. I've always felt that this was very unique to Jalal Sir. Jalal Sir की बहुत खास बात थी कि जब आप उनसे बात करते थे तो कई बार ऐसा लगता था जैसे वो आपके साथ सोच रहे हैं. And he used to give this feeling so strongly that at the end of the day you really felt that you own that idea, whatever has crystallized. पूरी चर्चा के बाद में आपको ऐसे लगता था वो आपके ही विचार हैं और पहले से कहीं ज़्यादा परिष्कृत रूप में वो आपके सामने है. So even as a mentor, as a guide, he had brilliant method and very clear ideas in his mind. And in this way, I also remember Jalal Sir with children. That's when his eyes used to light up. Jalal Sir जब बच्चों के साथ काम करते थे तो ऐसे लगता था एक अलग ही तरह की रोशनी उनकी आंखों में झलकती थी। और वो बिल्कुल उसी तरह से बच्चों के साथ बातचीत करना, एक लंबे डायलॉग में एंटर करना सवाल जवाब से, और साथ ही साथ इस बात का ध्यान रखना कि बच्चों को असल में क्या सीखना है, और वो हमें क्लासरूम में करके दिखाते थे. सो ही वाज सम सॉरी या हेलो. Hello. Yeah, it's back. It's back. Yeah, thank you. So he was somebody who, जो कि सिर्फ ऐसा कभी नहीं लगता था कि कोरे सिद्धांतों में बात कर रहे हैं. Those were not empty theories and principles that he was talking about. He meant it. I remember just few months back, he was almost 93, he took the pain to come to Bodh and do a 3-day workshop on teaching English to primary grade children. And he just came along with Ivan, his son. He made arrangements for his own stay, and he said कि मुझे टीचर से मिलना है, मुझे टीचर से बात करनी है. And in the last days of Jalal sir was all about classroom transformation, understanding the classroom, understanding the real paradigm as it evolves of learning. असल में सीखना क्या है, उसे कैसे दिशा दी जा सकती है, और उसे कैसे समृद्ध किया जा सकता है. That was the core concern of Jalal sir, and Jalal sir used to say कि सारी बातें हम कितनी भी कर लें, पर अंततः जो सबसे मुख्य है वो ये है कि क्या हमारे पास ऐसे शिक्षक हैं. Do we have teachers, those who really understand what it means to practice education? So in a way, he did a long journey. If I start reading his bio, it's very long. NCRT के डायरेक्टर भी रहे, अडल्ट एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम के डायरेक्टर रहे, इंडिया में लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम एक तरह से उनकी विरासत है, और इस तरह के बहुत सारे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों के साथ, चाहे वो यूनिसेफ हो, यूएन के एक्चुअली बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं. ब्राक का हम बहुत नाम लेते हैं बांग्लादेश कि उन्होंने बड़ा क्रांतिकारी काम किया है. सो ही वाज वन ऑफ द मेन एडवाइजर्स टू ब्राक. बांग्लादेश के पूरे शिक्षा के तंत्र को खड़ा करने में जलाल सर का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है, एंड आई थिंक ही विल बी टॉकिंग अ लॉट अबाउट ऑल ऑफ दोज वर्क्स. बट जलाल सर की स्पिरिट को अगर हम थोड़ा देखें या उसे समझने की कोशिश करें, ही वॉज ऑलवेज आर्ग्यूमेंटेटिव, ही वॉज ऑलवेज लर्निंग. वन लास्ट थिंग दैट आई विल मेंशन, कॉन्टेम्प्रेरी साइंसेस में, क्लासरूम स्टडीज़ में, एजुकेशन में, पॉलिसी में जो रिसर्च हो रहा है, somehow he knew it, and it used to baffle me every time. I, in a way also ashamed me that how come he is so well aware what is happening in management studies, what is happening in policy, what is happening in classroom research, what is happening in psychology, especially neurological studies, and he used to refer to that a lot. And he always used to say, if you really want to be an educator, or you really want to work in education, it is a very painstaking process, because you have to work, and you have to learn, and you have to study. And he used to exemplify all of this through his own life. That is something that I find missing whenever I meet many people working in education, that it's very difficult to replicate. A person who used to teach in the classroom, who used to work with young children, and at the same time to be aware of this and to work at such a high level at national and international programs. This whole canvas of the range of things that he used to do was something unbelievable. So in a way, his legacy reminds us that a true educator cannot stop learning, cannot, exploring, cannot stop exploring the practices, cannot stop innovating, and that's a continuous process, and we have to take it along. So once again, on behalf of the entire organizing team, which is actually a collaboration of both uh, BML Munjal University and Rajasthan Adult Education Program, I again welcome all of you here, and I believe that we are going to learn a lot today. Apart from, I think, in Munjal University, the idea and as well as Eric, the departments are there which have really, coordinated very well, and together we feel that we are going to have a delightful day, understanding, learning, and reliving in a way the legacy of Jalal sir. So thank you for everyone once again, and I officially welcome everyone to this program. Now, moving forward, we are going to formally start the program with lamp lighting. And for that, I would request Professor Shah Menon, Jaskiran ji, Sunny Sebastian ji, Yogen ji from both, to please join us on the stage for lamp lighting, please. I've been informed that this president is here, Swati Munjalji. So I would request if she can also join us on this stage. Please welcome her. Yeah. Welcome, Swati ji. It's an honor to have you. Please join us on the stage. Thank you. Yeah. So so we can have a group photo. Thank you. All the dignitaries, I'll ask everyone to please take their seats. Now, following the lamplighting ceremony, we are going to present a song to commemorate Professor Jalal sir as our tribute to him. The song is Shiksha Sabke Liye, Sarvjan Ke Liye. So in many ways, the song actually exemplifies the spirit of Jalal sir's work and also the spirit of today's event. This song actually has been written by Yogenji himself. So he is the poet, and we composed it in both, and I hope that all of you will enjoy the song, and I'll request the music team.
Hello.
Yeah, to take on to the mics and
Hello, check. Hello. 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 गा के गा नहीं साउंड नहीं है इसमें तुम ठीक से करो इसमें हेलो बस अब
yeah, so now we can all enjoy the song. So Chetna ji and his team are actually heading the music unit in both for almost 2 decades, creating songs for children. Yeah, 3 decades, creating songs for children and communities and spreading the message of education across. So this poem is composed, as I said, by Yogenji, composed in-house, and now the singers that we have are also teachers of Bodhshala, those who are teaching music, though not coming from music background. So actually working and training on job. So I hope all of us will enjoy this song. So Chetna ji, please, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. जन के लिए, जन जन के लिए, जन गण के लिए। शिक्षा आजादी समता सद्भाव के लिए, न्याय के लिए, सर्वभाव के लिए, स्वप्न के लिए, बदलाव के लिए, सत्य के लिए, इनकलाब के लिए। शिक्षा सबके लिए, सर्वजन के लिए, जन जन के लिए, जनगण के लिए।
ओ शिक्षा धरती के मान सम्मान के लिए, जीवन की गरिमा इंसान के लिए,
बेहतर समाज और जहान के लिए, संस्कृतियों के उत्थान के लिए। शिक्षा सबके लिए, सर्वजन के लिए, जन जन के लिए, जनगण के लिए।
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chetna ji and the team. I hope everybody enjoyed the song and also the ideas, articulated in the song. Now, we are going to start our formal sessions in the discussions of the program, and for that, I will request Professor Shyam Menon to come, and also Sunny Sebastian ji to chair the session and to provide the opening remarks. I'll just briefly also say that Sunny ji and Shyam Menon has been very instrumental in terms of how education is done in Rajasthan and nationally. Everybody knows Shyamji because he's in Munjal University and has been a very, very long, again, 3-decade and more long association with both and what has been happening in education across India and especially in Rajasthan. Sunny ji has been a senior journalist, editor at Hindu, has been associated with all the civil society movements in Rajasthan. At the same time, he retired from Vice Chancellor of Hardev Joshi University of Journalism. So I'll welcome both of you to come over the stage. Thank you. Please be seated, sir. Yeah. You can, anyways, essentially the whole idea that we had was Professor Shyam Menon has been, associated with Professor Jalal for a very long time, from Delhi University years, and at the same time also in Ambedkar University, when Shyamji was the Vice Chancellor. Jalal Sahab was a continuous element, or one of the mentors there. So we would love to hear Shyamji's experiences. At the same time, Shyamji's engagement with education policy has been a very long-standing, academic, and at the same time very practice-based engagement. And on that, I do believe that there are many insights that he can bring to us, drawing from the ideas and the legacy of Professor Jalaluddin. But now I would request Sunny ji to take it over and start the session. You can either, you have mics there, you can use that, or if you feel comfortable, you can come here. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. Little bit has been said about Jalaluddin Sahab. His first Remembrance Day today, and it is in the witness of things that Professor Menon is here. He knew him so well, he knew both and one of the organizers so well, and like Sasha was saying in the beginning, that Jalaluddin Sahab was an argumentative Indian, argumentative, and I add argumentative Indian. Even 2 months before his demise, he was otherwise also active on our board meetings and all that. He insisted on coming, if not physically, always online. And he had always very critical suggestions, critical observations and remarks. And such a person who was well versed in education and also education administration, and had been associated with so many institutions, so many countries, Asia, Africa, and within the country, even so many schools now, that is being at grassroots level. Such a fantastic person. And it is in the fitness of things that, again, I am telling you, that Professor Menon is here. And of course, last time I was telling him just now that we had met at Ambedkar University, and now we are meeting here. I will hand over the mic to him, please.
So we are, thank you very much. Professor Jalaluddin wanted to visit us here in BMU. When in 2022, when I came back from Bangalore and I met him, he said that, why did you come back from Bangalore? There were interesting things to be done there. But then I said to him that I am kind of advising the BML Munjal University. He has heard about it. So he said, okay, then let's do something interesting there. There's no point in just business as usual. So eventually in September, when I took over as Vice Chancellor, even before that, I told him that I've accepted their invitation to act as a Vice Chancellor there for some time. Then he said that utilize this time to do something interesting, and I would like to come and visit you there. So he was not feeling very well at that point in time, and then somehow that visit never happened. So in a way, he sent Ramachandran here instead, Professor Ramachandran. So he insisted, Ramachandran, you should go and visit where Shyam works. So Ramachandran came and then met Jaskiran and so on. So in some sense, I feel that this is a promise which I couldn't keep when he was alive. His memories and the inspirations that would get unfolded here today is in some sense the tribute that we are paying to him. is something which I owed him. I would have been happier had it happened on the 20th of April, as we had planned earlier. Also because 30th of April was the day I'm stepping down. I stepped down as Vice Chancellor. Now I'm officiating as Vice Chancellor. So in that sense, what Professor Jalaluddin has always been there for everything that one did. My association with him was, of course, not just with Ambedkar or Delhi University or BMU. I knew of him when I was a student in Baroda, and my teacher, Professor M.B. Butch, was a very close friend of his. So when I came to Delhi, he already knew that some of us have come to Delhi. Professor Govinda, me, and Professor Mohan Menon and people like that. So he had already been alerted that these young people have come from Baroda to Delhi. So I remember in 1987, soon after I joined Indira Gandhi National Open University, there was an invitation from British Council head at that point in time, David Theobald. Yogendra may remember, Yoginji may remember. David Theobald invited me for dinner at his residence. So I was wondering, who knows my presence here in Delhi? We had just moved in Delhi. So I went there to find that there was Professor Jalaluddin also there. So then I later found out from David that Professor Jalaluddin insisted, when he was invited for dinner, call this young man also from there. I would like to meet him because I've heard about him from his teacher, Professor Butch. So that's how I first met him, in David Theobald's house. And so then he was very curious about Indira Gandhi National Open University and what we are planning to do there. And now he was very excited about the fact that it is an opportunity to democratize higher education. He truly believed that in India it's about time for us to ensure that higher education comes to the doorstep of every aspirant of higher education and so on. Eventually, as luck would have it, he left NCERT, he retired from there, and then he joined Delhi University, the Maulana Azad Center for Elementary and Social Education. For those of you who do not know, I assume that shall I assume that everybody knows Professor Jalaluddin, or is it, you of course mentioned, Sasha, that something, so is it, okay. No, I just wanted to tell you that he's, Sasha put it very correctly. He didn't look at any role as unconnected with the larger context. As you know, he was born in what is today Bangladesh, but it was East Pakistan those days. And then he was, through his student activism, he became a persona non grata in East Pakistan. He had to come to India to do some studies, and as he said, Sasha said, he did a PhD in physics in Calcutta and further went to Moscow and had another PhD in physics, and then came to Aligarh Muslim University where then he was identified as one of the stars. So he brought to Delhi, and then when Bangladesh was a new state created, he was sent as India's first secretary in education to the High Commission, Indian High Commission in Dhaka, where he oversaw he had the oversight of all the Bangladeshi scholars coming to India. All those, there are lots of PhD scholars and postdoctoral scholars who came to India and studied at that point in time. So we were, and he was instrumental for that. And then of course he joined the NCERT as a joint director, and subsequently retired from there. And he moved on to Delhi University in the Maulana Azad Center for Elementary and Social Education in Delhi University. And he's worked there for 2 years. He found that it was too confining for him to, he was used to this national kind of canvas. So he found the Maulana Azad Center's concern was too much into running a program and so on and so forth. So he left it. And after he left, that was when I joined Delhi University. So he showed me that you have a lot of possibilities there. But don't confine yourself in Delhi University. There's always a larger world outside. This he always had warned me. Subsequently, there were many opportunities, particularly in Dusre Dashak, in this other, what's it called? Lok Jumbish, where he was always a resource person. He used to ensure that some of us were also called into many of their workshops. And there was always this opportunity of talking to people from India, from Bangladesh. Many scholars, many activists and scholars used to come and attend those workshops where he used to. So Sasha very correctly said that for him, he understood education as a tool for the larger social transformation and for the welfare of the planet. This was much before all this climate change and all those kinds of things came in, and he had a larger vision of what education is supposed to be. He knew that, I think, the way to get education seep into the system is through individuals, but individuals are not the ultimate destination of education. It is actually the collectives of individuals who together make changes in the society. So he always is to focus on transformation, which groups of individuals can together, and teams of individuals can together work about. And I sometimes just wonder, how did he work in institutions like the National Adult Education Program or National Council of Educational Research and Training, everything that is national, which is, in today's context, it's considered to be a central, ideas percolating downwards. That's the kind of model which national institutions follow. But he was exactly opposite, and he believed in grassroots, and what happens in the grassroots coalesce into something which is like a movement, and then thrusting upwards. So his model of transformation was very much like grass grow, it's sideways, lateral. It's not upar se niche. It's actually laterally. It's good ideas spread laterally, and then together become a movement to make changes in the larger society. That's what he believed in. I think he has worked in, as he said, BRAC and in Bangladesh, and he worked in Lok Jumbish and Dusri Dashak. Dusri Dashak, both of us are on the trustees. He was a trustee, I was a trustee. And then he worked in Calcutta with education, the poor, Sutra, some madrasas. He worked in Birbhum, in Shubri and places like that. He worked with, there may be many places I did not know. I don't even know where he worked. He worked with the poor people in Gurgaon. He and Mrs. Jalaluddin together used to volunteer and work with children in the slum areas of Gurgaon. He has, of course, had long years in both, and where he actually used to think that both is like a lab, where many of his ideas can actually find, fructification, and that's what he did. And his what's very very clear is this: although he was the author, I would consider, if there is a very honest and comprehensive critique of Indian education which has ever been written, it was a document called Challenges in Education, Challenge of Education of 1984, which actually preceded. Interestingly, Government of India itself initiated a document critiquing education, and he was the author of that, Challenge of Education, and along with Ramachandran and others were the authors. And today we can't even imagine any government initiating a document critiquing itself. So that was a different time when there was a greater self-confidence, and people can critique it, and then critiquing is like positive response to a situation. And from that Challenge of Education document came the 1986 policy of education. That 1986 NPE, it was called National Policy on Education, which was done through a participative way, which included people from all walks of life. And he basically, along with, of course, I must mention Anand Swarup who was a civil servant and a senior bureaucrat in the government of India, and along with people like Anil Bodia, who was at that time a senior bureaucrat again in the Ministry of Education. These people and several others whom I don't even remember now, but there were many others, Ramachandran, Professor Govinda, all these people who are actually authors of that particular movement. It was in my opinion, it was a very important moment in Indian education, because it became a document which came out of a certain churning which happened, and that the reverberation of that policy remained for a long time in India. But even when he was working on policy documents, he never lost sight of the what he considered the atomistic processes of education. It's not. He knew very well that policy making is only creating enabling environment for certain kinds of processes to happen at the grassroots. So it was basically enablement which the policies attempted to do, but the real focus was on the processes that need to be initiated at the grassroots, in the classrooms, as I said. So his work with the Bluebell School I've been a close observer and even participant of some of the work he did with children in the Bluebell School, and later in Gyan Bharati. There were several other schools he was involved in. I'm not even aware of them. He was an amazing reservoir of energy and vision and enthusiasm. It has always been an inspiring experience talking to him. And when Ambedkar University was formed, we inducted him into the topmost body in the university called the court. The court was presided over by the chancellor, the lieutenant governor of. So he asked me, "What kind of a useless body is this? Why did you put me in this? I should have been in the academic council where I can be of some help." So I used to tell him, "No, your presence is important here, Mr. Jalal." Dr. Who was this Reserve Bank governor, Dr. Jalan, Professor Jalaluddin, and Shyam Saran, Ambassador Shyam Saran. All these people were members of our court. And I used to tell them that, look, your presence in the court is actually to enable the government to take us seriously. Because when they know that people like you are on our court, then the government can't take us lightly. They are important. These are important people who are actually vouching for us. So that's their importance. He said, "That's all very well, but I feel very constrained. It's a very useless body. The body should be academic council where I can be of some help." Then he used to come and visit us and talk to the teachers concerned, but he was never very happy with what we did. I thought that there was much more transforming stuff which we need to do. We are more or less apologetic. What we are doing is apologia of the status quo, which he always wanted to push that message. And Sasha is exactly correct. Whenever you go, the first set of questions he asks are always about assumptions. What are the basic assumptions based on which you are doing what you are doing? And you would always ask the question, why are you doing this? Why don't something else? Is this the priority for you? These kinds of issues, which always disturbed us. But I think it is important he was also the conscience keeper. He was also the someone who's, even in his absence, I think there is a presence. I do think that, I would ask this thing that if Jalal Sahab was here, then he would be asking us to look at these directions. What has happened here, IDEA, for instance, our initiative with the schools, it is basically his idea. He used to say that, universities have no business to become just ivory towers up there with this unconnected with the school systems around. I think it's jolly well your responsibility to ensure that the schools are also taken along. Because after all, it's a two-way process, he used to say. The wisdom comes from above and also wisdom comes from below. I think, and the responsibility of ensuring that young people transit from school to university smoothly is joint. It's something which you need to do jointly. So I do think that some of his ideas are getting fructified in our initiatives like IDEA. And I wish we were luckier and we had more opportunities of being here. I envy Sasha a great deal because the last 10, 12 years, I think there has been very close association that Sasha had with him. And I'm so happy that this is happening. I'm still here when this is happening, and I'm so happy that it's happening in BMU. It's as well that there's a connection, because I do think that my job is basically make connections between people. And so long as I'm here and I could make those connections, and I'm sure that things would coalesce, and then there will have a momentum created through this association, and that will go forward. Next time when you have the remembrance, probably I may be somewhere else, but I will certainly be, mentally and physically, if possible, be here to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shyamena. It was a very illuminating talk on such a personality. Of course, he had so much of experience with Jalaluddin Saab. Of course, this one thing about the book he wrote, it was a compilation of his articles. The title is From Mindless to Mindful Classrooms. So this is, his stress was on learning to learn. That kind of process, which is basic aspect of learning and teaching. And again, the second part of the title is Reflections on India's Struggle for Cultural Shift in Education. India's struggle, it almost sounds like, independence struggle now. It has been a long struggle during his period, post-independence, and then like freedom struggle, protracted, and the struggle is still on now. I don't know how much one can talk, what all one can say. We are all nearer to Delhi. I won't say much, but we are rewriting history. We are learning what we have unlearned. We are rather forced to learn, unlearn, and look at things in a new perspective, forced to look at things in a new perspective. So at some point, all this may stop, and again we will start looking at things in a different way. Now it is time to watch and act, perhaps act as far as possible. And of course, there are people like Jalaluddin Saab, but then of course, people mature over a period and they reach the level of sages. So Jalaluddin Saab had reached the level of a sage. So there are more sages coming up. So we don't have to worry that way. There is no need for any skepticism. We will look forward, and it was a very good beginning for the day. We'll have a wonderful time ahead of us till evening. Thank you so much.
Do you want to present memento to Sunnyji, I guess? Yeah, we'll just present a memento to Sunnyji. Yeah. Anupta can come. Yeah, so we request Jaskiranji to present a memento of thanks to Sunny Sebastian ji from the side of Munjal University. Please go. Yeah, I would like to request for everyone to yeah, please come forward. Thank you, Professor. thank you, Professor Shyam Menon, Sunny ji, and Jaskiran ma'am, for facilitating the session. And very rightly said by Shyam ji that Professor Jalal looked at education in a very different way. And I love the examples that he shared, that how he used to look at the grassroots innovations and then look at policy as an enabling environment. And he always challenged policy, that does the policy has the space, has the ability to actually integrate all these practices emerging from the ground. So Jalal sir का जो विचार था वो ये था कि ज़मीन पर जो वास्तविक काम हो रहा है, जहाँ हम शिक्षा का ये स्वरूप देख सकते हैं, क्या नीति जो राष्ट्रीय नीति है या अलग अलग स्तर पे जो शिक्षा की नीति है उसमें ये जगह है, क्या उसमें ये क्षमता है कि वो इन सभी नए नए नवाचारों को, नए विचारों को, आंदोलनों को मोटे तौर पर समाहित कर सकती है, उन्हें स्ट्रेंथन कर सकती है, उन्हें पहले से मजबूत बना सकती है. ये मैं मानता हूँ कि जलाल सर का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा है और जो कि मुझे नहीं पता आगे हम लोग इस तरह के लोगों को शीर्षस्थ स्थानों पर देखेंगे या नहीं, पर अपने आप में जैसा प्रोफेसर श्याम मेनन ने कहा कि अपने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुकाम है जलाल सर का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है भारत के शिक्षा के इतिहास में. सो थैंक यू प्रोफेसर श्याम मेनन फॉर शेयरिंग योर थॉट्स एंड वैल्यूबल इंसाइट्स. एंड आई ऑलवेज यूज्ड टू रिमेंबर that Shyam ji would be eventually mentioned in my discussions with Jalal sir. And whenever I had a word with Shyam ji always used to ask me, okay, how is Professor Jalal and what is he saying? I always, and he would say that I'm so occupied in other things and unfortunately I'm unable to, go to him and listen to him. But I'm happy that you are there, and I think we should dedicate more and more time listening to what he is saying now. So this is every time I had a word with Shyam ji ने हमेशा ये कहा कि मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इतना संवाद तुम्हारा हो पाता है और शायद ये समय है कि हमें बहुत गंभीरता से सुनना चाहिए कि जलाल साहब आगे जो भविष्य में चुनौतियां हैं शिक्षा को लेकर जैसे वो उभर कर आ रही हैं वो क्या कह रहे हैं. So thank you once again. And I'll also mention one more thing about Shyam ji. As Professor Jalal was an enabler, we have found that Shyam ji is also an enabler. I think the moment he joined, he even in Ambedkar University, just before COVID, he tried very hard that me and Professor Anup Dhar can get in touch. That got delayed by 3 years, if I'm right. And when we actually met, it was fantastic. And all the students जो SLS में हैं, वो सब मुझे जानते हैं कि ये कौन है. और अभी जब मैं आया, तो सब लोग एक अलग तरह से मिले. कोई हाई फाइव कर रहा था, कोई गले मिल रहा था. Because both is an immersion partner of Munjal University, and in that sense, we are also learning a lot about higher education, and I hope that all the students from Munjal University are also learning with their engagement with both. So I again thank for Professor Shyam for that. And now, so now we'll break for lunch. Yeah, and for the further announcements, Professor Anup.
Shasha, no, I'll do it from here. Camera. Actually, Arindam should be doing it, but I'm doing it. Shasha ended with immersion. The immersion that we try to organize, put in place with both Shiksha Samiti. And our students from BMU go and spend time in Jaipur, in Bodhgaon, Alwar, in both Shiksha Samiti. And they work with communities there, they work in the school, they try to learn, actually. It's simply learning from below. It's not learning from above, but learning from below, kind of being closer to the grassroots, as you were setting up Professor Jalaluddin's work, not to look at the world from above, not a bird's eye view of the world, but to look at the world closer to the soil. And a part of that exercise this time was to spend about 21 days in Chhattisgarh. Some of our SOLS students spent about 21 days in Chhattisgarh. And there we were also looking at education and looking at Tagore. Tagore as an educationist, Tagore as a midwife. Midwife हम जानते हैं, धात्री, दाइमा, right? दाइमा, दाइमा धात्री, दाइमा एक औरत है, दूसरे औरत जब दर्द में होते हैं, वो मदद करते हैं और एक थर्ड का, एक बच्चे का जन्म होता है वहाँ से. So, two women, they birth the third. Actually, that's the work of the midwife. That's the work of the daima. So, Kalpita in her course looked at Tagore as a midwife, Tagore as a daima, actually. Tagore feminized, actually, as a daima, as a midwife, someone who midwifed education, midwifed a new curriculum, midwifed a new process of pedagogy, midwifed a new student, midwifed a new humanity, actually, for India and the world. And one of the students, we all know him, Amartya Sen, actually, the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen. But there are so many of them. I'm taking only one name, actually, one student that Tagore could birth. So the students had written their assignments from parrots training to midwifery. Okay, Tagore has a short story, Parrots Training. Many of you may have read that story. And in that story, a parrot is kept in a cage and fed pages from books. And the king is very happy that the parrot is getting educated regularly. Finally, the parrot dies. Are we doing something like this? Did something like this happen to Tagore when he was in school? So this was the assignment, and Kalpita's course was called Philosophy as Midwifery. She read Tagore as a midwife, actually, in that course. And the students wrote certain assignments, how they saw Tagore as a midwife. This is a newsletter from BMU SOLS that has brought together the students' work. Kalpita has edited this work and has brought together the students' work. I would request all of you to release this newsletter. Yogenji, Jaskiran ma'am, Professor Menon, Arindam, Salil sir, Saniji, please come if you can just release this. And Kalpita, maybe a big hand for her. Huh? And Kalpita, please come, please come, please come, please come. She's a very shy person, lacks drive and ambition. That's how I was describing her yesterday to Urmi. But please, Arindam. So this is a product of the immersion, actually, that we did. Arindam, chalo, now you take over. I have done enough for you.
No, I think I mean, this is a wonderful initiative. This is something that really shows what can come out from immersive education, deep thinking, reflective thinking. So congratulations to the students and the teachers who have facilitated them. Yeah. So we can just release them.
I'm absolutely fine.
I it's in the process of making as always. So it is also, this newsletter is also in a process of making. We will get the final version in the evening. I would like to thank BMU particularly to facilitate this kind of opportunity for higher education, because I think these are very rare moments for students to explore themselves and also to situate themselves in a real world, what they don't, perhaps they are exploring. So I think this kind of facilitation is very important for any educational space. And I'm fortunate that I am being part of this from the very beginning at this in SOLS. And also I'd like to thank all the students for their encouragement to participate and immerse themselves truly, because no one can force anyone to immerse. So it's also a kind of coming from within. So students are also quite a bit let go of their self when they are in a different space and given some amount of time. So, and as you can see in the newsletter also later, this would have not been possible without Shasha, Anupta, and Anish. They are the co-travelers. And also young group from Chinhari who hosted us, allow us to be part of their world. So thank you for this moment.
So once again, thanks to all, and especially our lacking ambition lady, Kalpita ma'am. Now we'll go for lunch, and I'm sorry that we have to actually do the lunch quickly, because the next session is at 2:30, and that is an online session where Juwena Jalal is joining us from New Zealand. So we better be on time. The food is available at E2 Cafe, as I've been informed. So I'll ask everyone to gather at 2:30 back to the hall. Thank you. Yeah. So welcome everyone. Uh, Now in post-lunch session, we'll begin with our next session. And for this session, we are really honored and happy to have Ms. Juveena Jalal. Juveena Jalal ji is, one introduction is definitely that she is the daughter of Professor Jalal, but at the same time she is an accomplished educationist in her own right. वो भी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक लंबे समय से काम कर रही हैं. Juveena Jalal ji has been working in education, focusing on a lot of curricular work, a lot of teacher training, and also understanding policy level work. She is currently based in New Zealand, where she is doing extensive work in all these areas, and she has also done her PhD comparing the Indian education and the New Zealand curricular models, as I've been told. And I think in many ways her work carries a lot of a mark of Jalal sir's thought, and maybe interestingly many places where she also diverges with his ideas, and therefore it would be an interesting session to really hear about her work. Presently she is working in Ihuaka Education Evaluation Center in Wellington, if I'm correct, and she's working also specifically on evaluation policy. But last time when I met her, and Jalal sir was quite insistent that she'll be doing a talk on preschool education in New Zealand. And I remember that immediately after her talk, I had to talk about what's happening in preschool in India. और उस समय preschool का merger हो रहा था, एक पूरा इंडिया में एक process राजस्थान से शुरू हुआ था कि प्री स्कूल्स को मर्ज कर दीजिए प्राइमरी स्कूल्स के साथ, एलिमेंट्री सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स के साथ. एंड एट दैट टाइम आई रियली लर्नड अ लॉट कि न्यूजीलैंड में किस तरह का प्री स्कूल में काम हो रहा है. एंड आई रियलाइज दैट शी हैज़ अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज इन स्पेसिफिकली इन प्री स्कूल एजुकेशन एज वेल. सो इट्स एन ऑनर कि वो हमारे साथ वर्चुअली न्यूजीलैंड से जुड़ रही हैं. अभी वहाँ काफ़ी शाम का समय है आई थिंक, बट शी इमीडिएटली अग्रीड व्हेन विद द वेरी फर्स्ट व्हाट्सएप मैसेज दैट आई सेंट. शी वाज वेरी हैप्पी कि हम एक साल बाद सब मिल रहे हैं प्रोफेसर जलाल को याद करने के लिए. सो वी आर ऑल लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड जुवेना जी टू हियर यू, एंड इट्स ओवर टू यू. या, थैंक यू. Juveena ji, I'll just ask you to just, because they are connecting it to the mainstream system. Yeah. Yeah, Juveena ji, we can start. Yeah, most welcome.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for that introduction, Sasha. Namaskar. I think it's an absolute privilege to be here, to be able to join. I'm so glad the time zone worked. कि शाम को मैं join कर पाई घर से. पहला session मैं सुन पाई जब श्याम मेनन जी और आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे. It's really quite a privilege to be part of the speeches and the sessions today. I might begin by saying that I think मैंने obviously Professor Jalaluddin को two halves में देखा है. तो मेरे लिए एक पार्ट तो वो बाबा है और दूसरा मेरे बॉस रह चुके हैं और मेरे mentor or as well as someone who challenged me and I challenged him. So I would say it's one of those interesting sort of life situations where you get to work with your parent. हर एक को शायद ये मौका नहीं मिलता है, but also you realize just how challenging sometimes it is to work with a parent. But I think reflecting back, obviously the huge amount of privileges that now as an adult I reflect on and think about as a child that I was exposed to. So मैं शायद शुरू करूँगी with the early years. So मैं the youngest of three हूँ, तो सबसे छोटी हूँ, and I was born in Dhaka while Baba was posted there. And so in a way, Baba and I shared two things in common, maybe more than that, but the fact that we were born in Bangladesh and that we both shared this idealistic belief that education is the most powerful tool for nation building and for change. तो वो दो जो elements हैं वो I think मेरे बचपन से by the time I was born, Baba had transitioned into education from his academic life as a nuclear physicist. So I didn't see the physics side of his life from what I can remember. He was an educationist. Bachpan se I remember going on walks with him, and बहुत छोटी उम्र से I was the guinea pig that a lot of the experimentation was happening on. Now that I realize what they were, there was a lot of cognitive training exercises, a lot of analogical reasoning, lots of sort of stretching critical thinking capability. I often like to think of Baba as my second teacher. Ma was my first teacher, and Ma gave me the creative thinking component of who I am, and I attribute my critical thinking to Baba. I think one of the earliest memories I have is of Baba sort of asking me to sort of articulate my thinking, and which now that I realize was an exercise at metacognition. And it was one of the many things that happened along the years as I was going through schooling, early childhood and schooling, that I realized that I had benefited from a lot of that incidental learning and experimentation that was going on just by being around him and being exposed to ideas that he was getting exposed to. I think the part where our mutual interest in education grew the strongest was when I started teaching, and that's when I realized that sort of his questioning of my teaching and his reflections on my teaching practice were perhaps the most influential in making me become a reflective practitioner. And I could then build on that as a teacher educator. And so that's sort of the journey that started with that influence of him questioning. I remember I used to come back from school, and he would invariably sort of ask me, so what was your biggest learning today? And it often sort of asked me how I knew what the kids had learned and what evidence did I have and how was I analyzing how the students were learning. So there was a lot of this sort of interrogating and trying to build the research component in my teaching practice that I remember from those first few years of me teaching. And then, of course, I started working for Neve, the organization that he set up. And through Neve, I then moved to Bangalore and then got to work more closely across schools. But the most enjoyable part of the work with Baba was when I worked on curriculum mapping as a project, and we looked at primary years curriculum across the Indian state curriculums, and looked at national NCERT curriculum guidance, and looked at how it mapped, looked at the development of ideas and concepts over the different classes and stages of learning, as well as across subjects. So it was one of those that really got to the heart of what do we teach children, and why do we choose what we choose to teach, which I was very passionate about. So being from a social sciences background, the sociology of education was really important for me. And that was one of the pieces of work that I think we were most critical of each other's perspectives, but at the same time also equally learning from each other through the process. And I think for me, that is one of the key attitudinal components that I might have learned from Baba, is to have the humility to learn from someone younger, the humility to, no matter how much you've been experienced, to be open to new learning. And I think that stemmed from his curiosity which asked really interesting questions, and the curiosity to learn from other parts of the world, from other people, from other contexts, ideas that he could borrow. I used to sometimes wonder about the sort of books that he would buy. Like, he was an absolute avid reader, and the books that he would pick up, and I would think, what does that have to do with education? And invariably he would, sort of talk about the idea that it had triggered. So not just about education specific. So the width of reading and context that he was scanning was constantly enriching his understanding of the education context in India and the possibilities of change within it and where the influence sat. So that was my journey with him as a young academic, beginning on the journey, learning from him. And then, of course, moved to New Zealand, and I'm a bureaucrat like him now, so I feel like I'm kind of, in some ways, sort of doing the parental pathway, kind of following still. And I'm very privileged to work for a government agency that evaluates education, the quality of education and education provision in New Zealand. Obviously, New Zealand is a very, very small country with a very small population, and is an OECD country. So the challenges look different, the inequities look different, but at the same time, there is that ability to influence both policy and practice that is an absolute opportunity, even in this context. And one of the areas that I think I've really enjoyed working in is in the teachers and teacher as researcher part of our work. So I'm on the board of the what we call the TLRI, which is the Teaching and Learning Research Initiative. And it's built on a Maori principle called ACO. ACO basically means that learning is a two-way process. So the teacher is the learner and the learner is the teacher. And so this acknowledgement that just the process of learning is what teaches you sits at the heart of this. It's a teacher researcher project that the government funds, and it allows teachers to become learners as they research their own teaching practice, and it allows them to have a grant for that period of time, but they're always done in partnership with an academic or an academic institution, mostly universities, where the teachers get to work with university lecturers on particular areas of interest. And that's a project that I'm really privileged to be part of, to look at the proposals that come through, to examine the quality of the work that gets generated. And so that's, to me, speaks to what was Baba's biggest sort of question to me is, what happens with all this research? You know, where does it go? What does it change? Questioning the impact that research has, and who does it change? So it allows me to look and examine that more closely. It's asking the more challenging questions through that process. So I think the work allows me to test assumptions. It allows me to challenge people's thinking and what might be sitting as sort of what we take for granted as status quo. So it's allowing to push people to go beyond what's comfortable and to sit in a space that feels more challenging, but that's where the learning happens. I think for me, one of the areas that I've grown more in the last maybe 5 years or so is because I'm working more at a national system level. A lot of the systems thinking that I've probably just through osmosis acquired by just sitting in on conversations with Baba, but also him asking me questions to articulate my own thinking about it, especially in the last few visits when I got to go meet him and spend time with him in the last few years. Each of those times, even well in his 90s, the probing questions that he asked me about my work made me really think about that from a systems lens. What is changing? What are the levers of change? Who changes? Who are the players in the space? Who are the agents of change in this context? And being able to really understand where the system might have weaknesses, where it might have gaps, where it needs to maybe adapt or change something, where there might be quick gains, so where the change might be a quick win, or where the change might be an investment that will pay off in many years. And so understanding where and how to invest in change as a system. And that's primarily because my role involves informing the government about policy and where to invest. And so those decisions require me to present theories of change where I can document and present what I think is going to be the most beneficial in terms of time and money for the government to invest in, to see the kind of outcomes that they would like to see in education. So I think for me, that's sort of the last, most recent effect of engaging with Baba that sort of lingers on in my work. There are moments where I'll sort of read something and I'll immediately go, yep, I remember having this conversation with him. The fact that he was staying on top of research even while being bedridden with a hip fracture was quite phenomenal. Over the phone, the conversations what used to be, I think, a minute of how are the grandkids doing, but the rest of the conversation invariably was always about the work and how I was thinking about education. It's the most recent component of that was the international connections that now I make through my work. And so we're looking at the work that a partner agency, Ofsted in UK does, or a partner agency in Australia, Aero does, and learning from others how they are looking at systems, how they are looking at education that builds equity, that addresses long-term inequities that have been baked into the system, and how we challenge that, how we question that in our context. So that's been the most recent parts of my work. I think Baba's influence, obviously, on my life and my work will always be a big part of who I am. And knowing that I always had the privilege or the opportunity to challenge him from a very early age, being made to feel safe to push back on ideas, to question him, has also given me what I often describe Baba as his audacity. So his audacity to have conversations with the Prime Minister, with the Education Minister, with the Secretary of Education, to ask them to challenge their own beliefs and to think of things in a different way, to not accept status quo, to think outside the box. That audacity, I think he's transmitted through to me. And so obviously I tested that audacity the most with him. But I also feel that that's something that I'm hoping I've been able to take into my work life, and where I've been able to also push back and question when things have felt like the change isn't really being the topmost in people's minds, and where more could be done to shift people's thinking about education and how it can actually change outcomes for not just individuals, but families and communities across the world, and can be the biggest change maker for equity. I think I'd like to conclude by saying that I hope I get to continue his legacy wherever I work, and that I hope to be a lifelong learner just like him.
Thank you, Jalaluddin. So बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो मुझे लगता है उनके लिए थोड़ा सा मैं 2 मिनट लेके हिंदी में कुछ बिंदु रखना चाहूँगा। जुवीना जी ने संक्षिप्त में जलाल साहब के साथ बचपन में जो अनुभव रहे हैं उनका एक ब्यौरा हमें दिया कि काफ़ी कुछ सीखना, जानना, समझना सिर्फ जलाल साहब के साथ होने का एक नतीजा था। जिस तरह का काम जलाल साहब कर रहे थे उसमें किसी रूप में शामिल होने पर बहुत सारी चीज़ें थीं जो बहुत नेचुरल तरीके से जुवीना जी सीख रही थी। पर जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो ये, जो मुझे लगता है उन्होंने कही, वो ये कही कि जो मुझे लगता है शुरू में भी ये बात निकल कर आई कि जलाल साहब एक डायलॉग में एंगेज करते थे और बहुत सारे आइडियाज़, बहुत सारे सवाल आपके सामने रखते थे और उन पर तुरंत सोच के आपको जवाब देना होगा, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा, अपनी बातों को आर्टिकुलेट करना होगा। वो अनुभव मुझे लगा जोवेना जी ने बहुत सुंदर तरीके से यहाँ पर हम सभी के सामने रखा कि वो एक अलग तरह का अनुभव था। उसके बाद जोवेना जी ने नीव जो जलाल साहब ने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन खड़ा किया उसमें काम प्रारंभ किया और फिर वहाँ से बैंगलोर और बैंगलोर से फाइनली न्यूजीलैंड और शिक्षा का ही आपने अध्ययन किया। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जोवेना जी आपके इस उद्बोधन के लिए फॉर द एड्रेस एंड वी आल्सो होप दैट वी एक्चुअली गेट opportunity to see you more often amongst us and that maybe next year we can have you live and you may also talk about the other thing where you pushed back on Jalal sir's ideas.
I can assure you, a lot of it was in early childhood education.
Yes, yes. And
प्राथमिक शिक्षा में मैं बाबा को काफी पुश बैक करती थी तो
बहुत सारे उनके जो विचार थे उनका काउंटर जोवेना जी प्रस्तुत करते थी एंड आई थिंक वो अपने आप में बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्वर्जेशंस रहे होंगे और होपफुली वी कैन हैव सम अकाउंट ऑफ दैट and through such interaction that also gets documented because जो आपने कहा है it's also getting documented about Jalal sir in many things which were not known and therefore all these stories and all these anecdotes matter now once he's not there among with us. So thank you Joveena ji for joining us and hope we can have you next year amongst us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sasha. Thanks for the opportunity. Namaskar. Thanks.
So now we will move to the next session and for facilitating the session now I would ask Priyanka ji from SOLS Munjal University to take it forward.
Thank you, Sasha. Good afternoon, everyone. As we move on to the next session will be a talk by Mr. Yogendra Bhushan, and I'll take a small time to officially introduce Mr. Yogendra Bhushan. So Mr. Yogendra Bhushan is the director of both, an institution that has pioneered community-based approaches to education. Over the years, he has served on numerous central and state government committees, contributing to policy that strengthen equity, access, and quality in education. What makes his journey truly remarkable is his lifelong dedication to realizing education as a community institution. He has worked tirelessly to ensure that schools are not just places of learning, but centers to empowerment for children, teachers, and communities alike. It is an honor to have him here with us today to share his insights. May I now invite Mr. Yogendra Bhushan to deliver his talk. And this session will be chaired by Professor Arindam Banerjee, Dean of School of Rural Studies, BM Munjal University. I also welcome both of you and take the stage. Oh, thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody to the session. I think we'll hear Yogenji first and then we can have a conversation.
No, that's it. देखिए सबसे पहले मैं बौद्ध शिक्षा समिति की ओर से और बौद्ध के सभी साथियों की ओर से और अपनी ओर से प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन जी को अपनी हार्दिक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। जलाल सर के साथ में बोध का जो एसोसिएशन है वो लगभग 2 दशक का काफ़ी सघन स्वरूप में रहा है। हालांकि हम उनको बहुत पहले से जानते थे, लेकिन फैसले एक यूरोपियन कमीशन और आगा खान फाउंडेशन से कोऑर्डिनेटेड एक प्रोग्राम था, उसकी एडवाइजरी कमेटी में वो आया करते थे। तो ये 2004-05 के दौरान की बात है। और उसके उपरांत फिर 2007 से वो बोर्ड के जो हमारा जो एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी जिसको हम बोर्ड कहते हैं उसके वो अध्यक्ष रहे, और उनके डिमाइस तक उन्होंने उस भूमिका को जिस स्वरूप में निभाया वो बोध के लिए एक लैंडमार्क एक्सपीरियंस है, और बोध की जर्नी का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। आज अभी जिस चीज़ के ऊपर बातचीत मुझे करनी है वो विषय जलाल सर के लिए भी बहुत केंद्रीय विषय रहा है जीवन भर, और हम लोग जो बोध में काम कर रहे हैं उनके लिए भी ये एक बहुत जटिल प्रकार का एक विषय है, जिसे समझने और साधने में बोध की यात्रा कई स्वरूप बदल चुकी है। जलाल सर के बारे में और बहुत सारा जो बैकग्राउंड है, चूँकि पूर्व के जो वक्ता हैं उन्होंने काफ़ी उसके बारे में बताया, तो मैं उनको दोबारा से दोहराऊंगा नहीं। लेकिन उनका पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस एजुकेशन ऑफ इंडिया के पूरी जो यात्रा है, ऐतिहासिक यात्रा है, उस यात्रा के वो बहुत सक्रिय भागीदार और एक नेतृत्वकारी समूह का हिस्सा रहे हैं। और जो बदलाव भारत में आज़ादी के बाद शैक्षिक परिदृश्य में आया है, उस परिदृश्य के बहुत अच्छे जानकार, उसके शोधकर्ता, उस पर टिप्पणी करने वाले और एक अवस्था में उसका निर्माण करने में उनकी भूमिका से हम सब वाकिफ़ हैं। लेकिन एक और पक्ष है जो करीब 60-65 साल का उनका समय रहा होगा, जब उन्होंने बहुत केंद्र अच्छा ये आ नहीं रही है। तो उनकी जो यात्रा उस भूमिका में है, उसके उपरांत के जलाल साहब क्या हैं और उनका अपना विश्लेषण क्या है उस ऐतिहासिक खंड का जिसमें उन्होंने जीवन का अपना अधिकांश योगदान भारतीय शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में दिया है। और मैंने ये चुना है कि ये विषय चूँकि कक्षा संस्कृति के सामने जो कक्षा के रूपांतरण के सामने जो चुनौतियां हैं उनको समझने और उन पर बातचीत करने का है। और जलाल साहब ने इस पर बहुत कुछ लिखा है। सन 2020 में कोरोना के समय हम लोगों को ये अवसर मिला था कि हम उनके पिछले समस्त कार्य को किसी एक दस्तावेज, एक पुस्तक के रूप में एडिट करें, संकलित करें। और करीब 1 साल इस रूप में, जब कोरोना में और कोई चीज़ें संभव नहीं थी, तो ये काम हमने मिलजुल के किया था और एक पुस्तक, 2 पुस्तकों की रचना की गई थी। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसको उचित मानता हूँ कि मैं 5 मिनट उनकी उस पुस्तक से कुछ अंश पढ़ के सुनाना चाहता हूँ, जिन्हें मैं अन्यथा व्यक्त करने की कोशिश करूँगा तो वो ठीक से वो भाव नहीं आएगा जो उन्होंने निष्कर्ष किया था अपने जीवन भर के अनुभव और शोध के उपरांत। तो ये सारी समस्या शिक्षा में परिवर्तन की जो समस्या है, और परिवर्तन के लिए राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नीतियों, कार्यक्रमों, पाठ्यक्रमों, पाठ्यपुस्तकों, शिक्षकों के प्रशिक्षणों से लेकर और जितनी भी गतिविधियां इसके आसपास होती हैं, उन सब का एक प्रकार का जो लंबा सिलसिला रहा है भारत में, उसके अनेक फेजेज रहे हैं। उन फेजेज और उन चरणों के उपरांत जलाल सर का क्या मानना था कि परिणाम क्या हुआ है और हम कहाँ पहुँचे हैं, और हम कहीं पहुँचे भी हैं, या जिन सवालों को लेके ये सारा विमर्श रहा, उस विमर्श की परिणति किस रूप में वो क्या महसूस करते थे। तो मैं कुछ अंश पढ़ूंगा। और वो उन्होंने कहानी शुरू की है जब से भारत स्वतंत्र हुआ और बुनियादी शिक्षा की संकल्पना से बाहर निकलकर देश ने अलग ही मार्ग अपनाया शिक्षा, प्राथमिक और स्कूली शिक्षा के संदर्भ में। तो उनका मैं उद्धृत करता हूँ उनको। बुनियादी शिक्षा की राष्ट्रीय योजना के माध्यम से प्राथमिक और माध्यमिक शिक्षा को पुनर्गठित करने की व्यापक राष्ट्रीय संकल्पना के विपरीत सन 1968 में पहली शिक्षा नीति ने भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली की संरचना में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय तुलनात्मकता को अधिक महत्व दिया। तो ये पहले डेविएशन को इन्होंने यहाँ इंगित किया है कि हमने शुरू से ही डेविएट करना शुरू कर दिया था। और वो कहीं कहते हैं उसके बारे में कि ये सब मुख्य रूप से भारतीय मध्यम वर्ग की अस्वीकृति के कारण से ये सब हुआ। भारतीय मध्यम वर्ग ने राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन की ऊर्जा और अनुभवों से और संकल्पनाओं और अपेक्षाओं से जो दिशा शिक्षा नीति की भारत में होने जा रही थी, उसको बहुत शुरुआती दौर में ही एक प्रकार से अपना उस पर प्रतिवाद किया और उसकी दिशा को मोड़ा वहाँ से। सन 1986 में शिक्षा नीति ने सार्वभौमिक साक्षरता और प्राथमिक शिक्षा के लिए अधिक से अधिक राष्ट्रीय प्रतिबद्धता दर्शाकर शैक्षिक पहुंच, समानता और गुणवत्ता के मामले में व्यवस्था में आए असंतुलन की भरपाई करने की कोशिश की। अब ये 1986 की बात कर रहे हैं और हमने ये बात सुनी कि इस नीति को बनाने में उनका काफ़ी योगदान था। और इससे पहले देश के सामने शैक्षिक परिदृश्य की चुनौतियों के संदर्भ में उनका अपना दस्तावेज मौजूद है। वहाँ वो कह ये रहे हैं कि इस नीति ने अभी तक जो असंतुलन आ गया था शिक्षा में पहुँच, शिक्षा की पहुँच के सवाल पर, शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता के सवाल पर, शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता के सवाल पर, और प्रमुख रूप से इसमें जो समस्याएं उत्पन्न हुई थी वो इक्विटी के इश्यू पर उत्पन्न हुई थी कि सभी लोगों को सही तरह के उनके जीवन संदर्भों के अनुरूप प्रासंगिक शिक्षा और गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा मिल रही है या नहीं मिल रही है। और वहाँ पर जो असंतुलन है वो कहते हैं कि 86 की नीति में उसको कुछ एड्रेस करने के प्रयास किए गए, लेकिन नवीन नीति और उस पर आधारित प्रोग्रामेटिक इनिशिएटिव शैक्षिक पहुंच, शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता और गुणवत्ता के मामले में इक्विटी के मुद्दे पर सामना करने में विफल रहे। उनकी यहाँ स्वीकार उक्ति है कि 1986 की जो नीति है वो पुनः विफल रही उन मुद्दों के ऊपर जो कम से कम उस समय शैक्षिक विमर्श में दुनिया भर में सबसे केंद्रीय मुद्दे थे, गुणवत्ता का और इक्विटी का इशू और पहुंच का इशू। आगे वो लिखते हैं कि राष्ट्र निर्माण मानव विकास, सामाजिक एवं आर्थिक विषमताओं को दूर करने की प्रक्रियाओं के संदर्भ में यहाँ कोर एक प्रकार से उनकी ओर से रखा गया है कि मुख्य 3 उद्देश्य क्या हो सकते हैं शिक्षा के किसी भी देश में सामान्य तौर पर। तो राष्ट्र निर्माण, मानव विकास और सामाजिक आर्थिक विषमताओं को दूर करने की प्रक्रियाएं। यहाँ बहुत एम्फेसिस है सामाजिक आर्थिक विषमताओं को दूर करने में शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया का उद्देश्य के ऊपर। मैं हम वो के बारे में लिखते हैं कि हमारी शिक्षा नीतियों की सीमाएं शिक्षा प्रणाली के पुनर्गठन में हमारी विफलता में निहित हैं। और यहाँ वो मान रहे हैं कि इन समस्त उद्देश्यों पर प्रोसीड करने, आगे बढ़ पाने में सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि हम इसके अनुरूप अपनी शिक्षा प्रणाली का पुनर्गठन कर ही नहीं पा रहे हैं और उसमें बार बार विफल हो रहे हैं। ये सन 2000 का लेख है उनका। स्कूलों, स्कूल संगठनों और स्कूलों के भीतर व्यापक असमानताओं ने शिक्षा के एक कॉमन सिस्टम के निर्माण में हमारे लक्ष्य को अलग ही बना दिया है। यहाँ पुनः स्वतंत्र भारत और स्वतंत्रता के संघर्ष के उपरांत जो भारत की एक तरह से नीति और दृष्टिकोण उभरा था समाज और राष्ट्र के लिए कि एक कॉमन स्कूल सिस्टम होगा, वहाँ ये स्वीकार करते हैं सन 2000 में कि वहाँ तक 2000 तक की यात्रा में ये कम से कम ये लक्ष्य अब अलग है, इसको प्राप्त नहीं किया जा सकता है और इससे बहुत दूर हम निकल गए हैं। संसाधनों के पुनर्वितरण, पाठचर्या के लचीलेपन तथा शिक्षण एवं सीखने सिखाने के तरीकों और सामग्री के विविधीकरण के माध्यम से अनछुए इलाकों और असेवित वर्गों की जरूरतों के लिए हमारी व्यवस्था को उत्तरदायी बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे प्रयास किए गए हैं। और जो कुछ हुआ है, जो कुछ पिछले 60-80 सालों के अंदर हुआ है, वो सब यहाँ मेंशन हो जाता है कि क्या क्या होता है, क्या क्या होता रहा है लेकिन ये सभी कोशिशें सिस्टम के भीतर के दुर्जय प्रतिरोध का सामना करती हैं। ये सभी कोशिशें जो हमको औपचारिक तौर पर नीतियों के, कार्यक्रमों के, पाठ्यक्रमों के पुनर्निर्माणों की श्रृंखलाओं में दिखाई देती हैं। जलाल सर का कहना था कि ये सब सिस्टम के अंदर का एक ऐसा दुर्जय शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जिसको जीता नहीं जा सकता। इस तरह के प्रतिरोध का सामना करती रही हैं आज तक की समस्त नीतिगत परिवर्तनों की कोशिशें। और कहते हैं कि बच्चे अगर कुछ सब बच्चे सफल भी होते हैं सफल होकर इस सिस्टम से बाहर निकलते हैं तो बड़े पैमाने पर सिस्टम के कारण नहीं अपितु सिस्टम के बावजूद ऐसा कर पाते हैं। तो वो ये भी मानते हैं कि इसमें ज़्यादा योगदान हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था का नहीं है। मैं थोड़ा संवरण नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ कि मैं कुछ और महत्वपूर्ण अंश और आपके सामने पढ़ूं जहाँ वो इस बात की खोजबीन करते हैं कि ये परिस्थितियाँ क्यों बनी हुई हैं और क्यों इससे बाहर निकलना मुश्किल है। मैं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अपने लंबे अनुभव के आधार पर केवल ये कह सकता हूँ कि नीतिगत परिप्रेक्ष्य प्रभावी और परिणामोन्मुख होने के लिए केवल बृहद मुद्दों और पैरामीटर्स के समझ तक सीमित नहीं रहते हैं। इसके लिए कक्षा के सूक्ष्म स्तर तथा संगठनात्मक व्यवहारों के साथ वर्तमान प्रणाली की शिथिल प्रकृति, स्थानीय समुदायों और स्कूलों के बीच जवाबदेही की कमी के प्रश्नों पर जाना आवश्यक है। और यहाँ वो संकेत देते हैं कि ये जो भी बृहद स्तर पर जो नीतिगत परिवर्तन है वो क्यों किसी भी तरह का परिवर्तन वस्तुतः परिवर्तन करने में असफल क्यों होते रहे हैं। एक उनका अपना आकलन है कि वर्तमान शिक्षा प्रणाली और पद्धति का सामाजिक संरचना के साथ किस तरह का संबंध है। विद्यार्थियों के सीखने के परिणामों के संदर्भ में स्कूलों के मध्य और एक स्कूल के अंदर व्यापक विषमताएं पाई जाती हैं। इस स्थिति का विश्लेषण स्पष्ट रूप से यह इंगित करता है कि अभिभावकों का वह समुदाय जिन्हें स्कूल से अच्छी तरह से परिभाषित अपेक्षाएं हैं और जो अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए घर पर या समुदाय के भीतर अतिरिक्त सहायता प्रदान कर सकता है, सिस्टम का पारंपरिक हितधारक है। ट्रेडिशनली बेनिफिट जिसको हो रहा है वो एक समुदाय है समाज का, और उन्होंने बताया कि वो कौन सा समुदाय है। साथ ही सिस्टम के लिए जिम्मेदार दो अन्य पक्ष, संघबद्ध शिक्षक और शैक्षिक नौकरशाही। बाकी आबादी जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में बहुमत का गठन करती है वह ना तो संगठित है और ना ही उसके पास घर में या समुदाय में सीखने का माहौल प्रदान करने के साधन है। वह सिस्टम के दूसरे छोर पर हैं। प्राथमिक कक्षाओं में शैक्षिक रूप से वंचित या तथाकथित अंडर अचीवर्स या धीमे सीखने वाले विद्यार्थी। कौन है वो विद्यार्थी? वो कक्षा से बाहर भी सामाजिक रूप से वंचित हैं। ये व्यवस्था के बाहर धकेले एवं बाहर छूट गए जन समूह का गठन करते हैं। तो जो कक्षा में पीछे है वो पीछे है जो समाज में पीछे है, और जो कक्षा में आगे है वो आगे है जो समाज में आगे है, हमारे द्वारा निर्मित समाज में आगे है। अंतिम में एक और अंश पढ़ता उनका, क्योंकि ये एक सिलसिले में उनके निष्कर्ष और तर्क को हमारे सामने ठीक ठीक से प्रस्तुत करता है। भारत में और कई अन्य एशियाई और अफ्रीकी देशों के प्रमुख शैक्षिक विकास कार्यक्रमों का मेरा अनुभव मुझे बताता है कि बड़े शिक्षा विकास कार्यक्रम या परियोजनाएं एक बड़ी नीति के तहत कुछ लोगों के द्वारा बनाई जाती हैं। वो यहाँ पे बड़ी नीति और छोटी नीति का एक अंतर करते हैं, बिग पॉलिसी एंड दी लिटिल पॉलिसी, वो बनाई जाती हैं। उन्हें केंद्रीय निर्देश या मार्गदर्शन के साथ एक रूटीन तरीके से क्रियान्वित किया जाता है। वे कक्षीय व्यवहारों पर एवं परिणाम स्वरूप शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता पर कोई महत्वपूर्ण अंतर नहीं डालती हैं। अब ये मैं पुनः कह रहा हूँ कि ये एक ऐसे शिक्षाविद के निष्कर्ष हैं जिन्होंने इन सारे कवायदों के अंदर बहुत ही गहराई से भागीदारी की है, शिक्षा नीतियों के निर्माण में, शिक्षा कार्यक्रमों के निर्माण में, शिक्षकों के प्रशिक्षणों के पाठ्यक्रमों के पुनर्निर्माण में। और उनका कहना ये है कि ये वस्तुतः ये रूटीन तरीके में क्रियान्वित होती हैं और वो कक्षीय व्यवहारों एवं परिणाम स्वरूप शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता पर कोई महत्वपूर्ण असर नहीं डालती हैं। चूँकि ये बिग पॉलिसीज, ये बड़े स्तर पर बनने वाली नीतियाँ, जैसे अभी की शिक्षा नीति है, आर्थिक दृष्टिकोण से विकसित की जाती हैं, इसलिए शैक्षिक बदलाव के व्यक्तिगत और संगठनात्मक व्यवहार के आयामों को ध्यान में नहीं रखती हैं। कक्षीय अभ्यास, अब ये उनका एक और से बड़ा ऑब्जर्वेशन है जिसके ऊपर वो बहुत ज़्यादा बाद में इंसिस्ट करते रहे हैं। कक्षीय अभ्यास वास्तव में शिक्षक द्वारा तय किया जाता है। अधिकांश स्कूलों में शिक्षक इस लिटिल पॉलिसी का अंतिम निर्धारक होता है। तो वो यहाँ दो तरह के एक डाइकोटोमी को यहाँ प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं कि एक आपके सामने, देश के सामने, समाज के सामने, सरकारों के सामने एक बड़ी पॉलिसी होगी, वो घोषित है, लागू भी हो रही है संसाधनों के भरमार के साथ, लेकिन कक्ष की जो जीवन है वो कहते हैं कि वहाँ एक अलग ही लिटिल पॉलिसी का राज्य चलता है और उसका अंतिम निर्धारक शिक्षक होता है। और ये शिक्षक बिना किसी पारदर्शिता और जवाबदेही के कक्षा व्यवहारों को नियंत्रित करता है। वो उसमें ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं है और कोई जवाबदेह भी नहीं है। आज तक हम 80 साल में उसको जवाबदेह नहीं बना पाए हैं। और अधिकांशतः शिक्षक अपनी कक्षाओं में स्वयं पढ़ाना सीखते हैं और कहीं से नहीं सीखते हैं, वो खुद पढ़ाते पढ़ाते ही पढ़ाना सीखते हैं। और वह ज्ञान जो उन्हें वहाँ प्राप्त होता है वो अधिकतर अकथित है, टैसिट किस्म का है, वो किसी को बताते नहीं है कि क्या है उनका ज्ञान, वो ज्ञान। और सामग्री विशिष्ट होता है, बहुत स्पेसिफिक टू मटेरियल होता है, सामग्री के संदर्भ में होता है। जब सुधार के प्रयास इस ज्ञान को खतरा होते हैं तब शिक्षक अपने हितों की रक्षा का प्रयास करते हैं। ऐसे सुरक्षात्मक उपाय नीतिगत हस्तक्षेपों के प्रति कक्षा अनुदेश के प्रतिरोध का हिस्सा और प्रमुख लक्षण हैं। वो मानते हैं कि इसको पूरी तरह से शिक्षक अपने प्रतिरोध से न्यूट्रलाइज करते रहे हैं, शिक्षक और स्कूल अब तक के सारे शैक्षिक विमर्श को, शैक्षिक नीतिगत उपायों को। ये वक्तव्य उनके मैंने उद्धृत किए जलाल सर के लेखन से। और हमारे साथ जब बोध में उनका गहनता से एक मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ कि वो एक समालोचक शिक्षक के तौर पे थे, जो हमारी समालोचना भी बहुत तीव्र ढंग से करते थे और उससे हमें सीखने को भी मिलता था। और निश्चित रूप से वो जिस अवस्था में 2007-10 का पीरियड है, उनकी ये मान्यता थी, उनका इतना अनुभव राजकीय उपक्रमों के साथ, राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक संस्थानों के साथ, प्रयोगों के साथ किसे गुजरने के बाद वो बोध के साथ में उनका संबंध स्थापित हुआ था। तो मान के चलते थे कि बोध में कहीं, बोध के काम में कहीं कुछ ऐसा है जो उन्हें आकर्षित करता है, और वो निश्चित रूप से उसका हिस्सा होने में, जिस तरह हम उन्हें अपने अध्यक्ष के रूप में पाकर गर्व महसूस करते थे, उन्हें भी लगता था कि वो भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं कि वो बोध के हिस्से हैं। और ये कारण ये था कि उस समय तक बोध शिक्षा समिति के द्वारा ग्रामीण और शहरी गरीब बस्तियों में सामुदायिक स्कूलों की जिस संकल्पना को ज़मीन पर उतारने की कोशिश बोध के शिक्षकों ने की, वो बहुत सफल पहल थी। वो इस तरह के टेरेन में किए जा रहे प्रयास थे जो समाज के द्वारा अभी तक अनछुए थे। सामान्य तौर पर शहरी गरीब बस्तियां और ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के बहुत दूर दराज के क्षेत्र जहाँ शिक्षा की शुरुआत तक नहीं हुई थी, स्कूलिंग की शुरुआत तक नहीं हुई थी, उन जगहों पे समुदायों के साथ मिलके बच्चों की शिक्षा का स्वयंस्फूर्त ढंग से इस तरह के नियोजन को खड़ा करना, जिसमें सामुदायिक सहभागिता के साथ शिक्षकों की समझ और बच्चों की भागीदारी तीनों मिलकर एक तरह से एक ताना बाना बनाते थे और एक स्कूल की रचना करते थे। तो जलाल सर का ये मानना था कि इस तरह के प्रयोग में की अहमियत है, उसमें बहुत मूल्य है, और ये हमारे देश में वो बहुत आशा करते थे कि इसके माध्यम से अनेक बहुत सारे प्रश्न जो जिनसे वो जूझते रहे हैं, उन प्रश्नों पर उन्हें और आगे काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। ये यहाँ मेरा ये कहने का अर्थ ये है कि वो करीब 15 साल तक हमसे ये बहुत आग्रह करते रहे कि वो चाहते हैं कि वो वहीं आके रहें, बोध गांव में आके रहें, बोध के स्कूलों में आके काम करें, बोध के शिक्षकों के साथ आके काम करें। बार बार उनकी इच्छा होती थी, पर केवल उनकी उम्र और स्वास्थ्य के अवस्थाओं के कारण से ये कभी संभव नहीं हुआ। परंतु उनकी मन की इच्छा तो यहाँ तक थी कि उनके देहावसान से 2 माह पहले वो 3 दिन की कार्यशाला के लिए स्वयं चल के उनके जो सन है ईवान, उनकी मदद लेके वो 3 दिन बोध में आए और बोध के शिक्षकों के साथ बातचीत करते रहे। वो अवस्था थी जब थोड़े समय करीब 6 महीने वो बेड रिडन थे और उनका हिप फ्रैक्चर हुआ था, और उस फ्रैक्चर के बाद उनकी देह की स्थिति भी काफ़ी कमज़ोर हो गई थी, बहुत कमज़ोर हो गए थे। परंतु उनकी इच्छा ये थी कि नहीं मैं अब ठीक हो गया हूँ और अब हम काम शुरू करते हैं, और मैं फिर आ रहा हूँ और सब टीचर्स को बुलाओ और हम 3-4 दिन वहाँ रहेंगे, और सुबह से शाम तक उनके साथ सत्रों का आयोजन जैसे सामान्य तौर पर होता था वो होता रहा। जलाल सर इस उम्मीद को अंत तक बोध के साथ उन्होंने साध के रखा था, थाम के रखा था। उससे पहले का एक दौर है जो इसके समानांतर है कि उन्होंने भारतवर्ष के जितने भी प्रमुख स्वयंसेवी संगठनों के तौर पर जो शिक्षा संस्थाएं बनी हैं, उन सब के आरंभिक निर्माण में उनका योगदान है। वो हर एक ने जलाल सर की मदद से ही अपने आप को वैचारिक तौर पर, अपने आप को संगठनात्मक तौर पर और विशेष तौर पर शैक्षिक प्रयोगों के सर्जन में उनके बहुत मार्गदर्शन उनको मिलता रहा है, जलाल सर से मिला है। तो आप जितने भी नाम आप सोचेंगे कहीं पाएंगे कि वहाँ कहीं न कहीं उसकी बुनियाद में जलाल सर की उपस्थिति है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मैंने इस बात को उनके आखिरी 10 वर्षों में महसूस किया कि वो इस सबसे निराश होने लगे थे और काफ़ी निराश थे, और उनकी निराशा के कथन इस तरह आते थे कि अब मैं नींव में कुछ काम करता हूँ, और नींव से आशय था कि मैं कुछ स्कूलों में स्वयं जाके बच्चों और शिक्षकों के साथ काम करता हूँ, और जिसमें श्याम जी ने नाम लिया ब्लू बेल्स और ज्ञान भारती स्कूल में। वो उस अवस्था में नियमित रूप से उनका काम ये था कि कक्षों के साथ शिक्षक और बच्चों के साथ काम करके वो उस समस्या का समाधान ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे थे जो उन्होंने 60-70 वर्ष तक भारतवर्ष की शिक्षा नीतियों के निर्माण के नेतृत्वकारी दस्ते में रहते हुए शायद कई बार सोचा होगा कि हमने इन समस्याओं का समाधान कर लिया है और हमारे पास वो रणनीतियाँ हैं, हमारे पास वो कारगर नीतिगत उपाय हैं जिनसे इन समस्याओं को जीता जा सकता है। लेकिन अंत उनका निष्कर्ष यही था कि ये समस्याएं ज्यों की त्यों हैं। अनेक स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं के साथ, जिनके साथ उनका लंबा काम रहा, उनके प्रति भी ऐसा मैं महसूस करता हूँ उनसे बातचीत करने के बाद कि वो कहीं एक नैराश्य में थे और वो मान के चलने लगे थे कि ये ज़्यादातर संस्थाएं हैं, शैक्षिक संस्थाएं, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाली संस्थाएं, उन्होंने बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे कंप्रोमाइज़ किया हुआ है, वो कंप्रोमाइज सिचुएशन में हैं और सब के अपने, देखिए उनके शब्द हैं कि ये वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट के गिरोह हैं। ये लोग बड़ी बड़ी तनख्वाहें को प्राप्त करने की स्थितियों में पहुंच गए हैं, इनके ज़्यादातर संगठन के कार्यकर्ता, और उनका प्राथमिक लक्ष्य ये है कि ये तनख्वाहें कैसे उनकी सुरक्षित रहें और उनके समस्त क्रियाकलाप जो हैं, उनकी जो रीति नीति और दिशा है और उनकी जो भूमिकाएं हैं, वो इस सरोकार के इर्द गिर्द ही आज घूम रही हैं। उन्होंने हमारे देश को और हमारे समाज को जिस तरह के साहसपूर्ण नवाचारों और नई पहलकदमी की आवश्यकता है, जिस तरह के समालोचनात्मक दृष्टिकोण को लेके उन्हें काम करने की ज़रूरत है, लगभग ज़्यादातर ने उसको त्याग दिया है। तो एक तरह का बड़ा पैमाने पे कोऑप्शन है कि वो एक सिस्टम का एक प्रकार का हिस्सा हो चुके हैं, उनसे ज़्यादा उम्मीद संभव नहीं है। और ये सारी उनकी जो मनस्थिति थी वो इस प्रसंग के ऊपर थी कि भारत के स्कूलों की कक्षाओं में सामान्य बच्चों के शिक्षण की दशा क्या है, उसके परिणाम क्या हैं, वह कहाँ प्रगति है या उसकी अवनति और प्रगति के बीच का लेखा जोखा क्या है। और वो हमेशा ये पाते थे और वो कहते थे बड़े दावे के साथ, हमसे भी आके ये कहते थे कि आप ये ना सोचें कि बोध के स्कूल अच्छे हैं, आप मेरे संग चलिए, अभी मानस गंगा में नीचे चलिए, आपका कौन सा स्कूल है ग्रामीण, वहाँ चलिए और हम कुछ देर क्लास में बैठेंगे और बातचीत करेंगे, तब ये पता चलेगा कि हमारे बच्चे कितने गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं और समस्याएं क्या हैं, 1 घंटे में पता चल जाएगा। और वो खींच के ले भी जाते थे और फिर हम सबको समझ में आता था कि हम और हमारी जैसी संस्थाएं दशकों से ये मान के चल रही हैं कि हमने एक तरह के डिस्कोर्स, एक तरह के संवाद की कुछ शब्दावली को इस तरह से प्रयोग करना सीख लिया है और हम जो भी करते हैं उस पर उसको आरोपित करने लगते हैं कि हम ऐसा करते हैं, यही हम करते हैं। और इस तरह का अपने आप में एक छद्म का विश्वास उत्पन्न किया है कि हम शिक्षा के और कक्षा कक्ष के परिवर्तन, जिनमें की जो परिवर्तन उन्होंने एक जगह लिखा है, मैं एक सेकंड उसको आपको, सभी लोग जिसकी बात कर लेते हैं, बात सभी कर लेते हैं, ये कोई नई बात नहीं किसी के लिए भी। तो वो एक जगह कहते हैं कि कक्षा की प्रथाओं में गुणात्मक बदलाव की शुरुआत तभी हो सकती है जब सीखने से प्राप्त वांछित नतीजों की योजना व्यवस्था में बदलाव की एक कार्य प्रणाली के तहत बने। इस कार्य प्रणाली के तहत परिवर्तन की समस्या को वैश्विक और आदर्शवादी पृष्ठभूमि में देखा जाए। सीखने से संबंधित एक आदर्श वातावरण की कल्पना करने पर ही, ये आदर्शात्मक ढंग से क्यों देखें, बहुत से लोग हमको उपदेश देते हैं कि थोड़ा प्रैग्मेटिक हो, इतने परेशान क्यों होते हो, हमेशा इतना आइडियल रूप में क्यों सोचते हो कि ऐसा होना चाहिए था, वैसे होना चाहिए था, अब धीरे धीरे सब हो जाएगा। हाँ, उसके विरोध में उनका मत है। वो कहते हैं कि एक आदर्श वातावरण की कल्पना करने पर ही हम अपनी अधिकतम क्षमता तक पहुंचने की कोशिश करते हैं। सीखने के तंत्र का एक आदर्श खाका प्रत्येक विद्यार्थी के उन विशेषताओं का विकास का उद्देश्य अपने सामने रखता है जो उसे वातावरण में आने वाली तीव्र परिवर्तन की चुनौतियों का सामना करने में सक्षम बनाए। और ये विशेषताएं कुछ इस तरह की हैं। कैसा विद्यार्थी, अगर वो स्कूल शिक्षा प्राप्त कर चुका है तो कौन सी विशेषताएं होनी चाहिए उसमें, जिसको कि हम बहुत ही रिलेवेंट और क्वालिटी एजुकेशन कह सकें और वो इक्विटेबल ढंग से सभी बच्चों को प्राप्त हो। तो वो कहते हैं, ये सभी लोग कहते हैं वैसे तो, एक सही और स्पष्ट विश्वास से भरी आत्म छवि हो विद्यार्थी की, आलोचनात्मक तथा रचनात्मक सोच विचार की क्षमता हो उसके अंदर, विश्लेषणात्मक और समस्या समाधान से संबंधित दक्षताएं प्राप्त कर चुका हो, व्यक्तिगत तौर पर सीखने की आत्म प्रेरणा उसके अंदर हो, आत्म अनुशासन पर डटे रहने का मादा हो उसके अंदर, ध्यान एक जगह केंद्रित करने की सामर्थ्य हो, जानकारियों और सूचनाओं को सार्थकता के साथ उद्धृत करने और उन्होंने अपने ढंग से परिवर्तित करने तथा संप्रेषण की सामर्थ्य उसके अंदर हो, स्वयं के सोचने और सीखने के बारे में विचार करने की काबिलियत हो। इस तरह के बच्चे की उनकी मान्यता थी कि ये गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा के ये कम से कम एक बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर है, जिसके ना होने पर आप किसी तरह की गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा की बात कहना ठीक नहीं है। और इसे वो समझते थे कि वर्तमान किसी भी तरह के स्कूल में आप जाके देखिए और समझिए कि वहाँ कक्षा की क्या स्थिति है। और भारतवर्ष का 80 वर्षों का शिक्षक परिवर्तन का जो पूरी इतिहास है और जो प्रयत्न है, उनका आकलन तब करिए आप। और अंतिम 5 वर्ष का हमारा जो संवाद था हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी के बोर्ड की मीटिंग में, अन्यथा उनके साथ हम करीब 15-20 दिन में मुलाकात करते थे, या तो वो आते थे या हम आते थे दिल्ली, और दिन भर की चर्चाएं हमारे और उनके बीच में होती थी। और उन्होंने निश्चित रूप से धीरे धीरे मेरे अंदर उनके निष्कर्ष एक तरह से प्रतिध्वनित होने लगे। मेरे बहुत सारे साथी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, शिक्षक साथी, और मैं इनसे 10 साल से लगभग यही बात करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि हमारे अपने स्कूल और कक्षों की स्थिति को आप इस मापदंड पे देख के बताइए कि हम किस प्रकार से भिन्न संगठन हैं, हम किस प्रकार से भिन्न संस्थाएं हैं। ये प्रश्न, और जब इस प्रश्न को बहुत जिद्दोजहद के बाद मैंने तो स्वयं के लिए स्तर पर स्वीकार किया, परंतु मैं अभी भी आज भी सबके समक्ष ये कहने की स्थिति में नहीं हूँ कि हमारे बाकी साथी इसको स्वीकार करते हैं और संभवतः स्वीकार नहीं करते हैं। तो जलाल सर का बोध के इस पूरे प्रकरण में, बोध की पूरी इस प्रक्रिया में गहराई से हमारे अपने विश्वास और मान्यताओं और उपलब्धियों को बहुत समालोचनात्मक ढंग से आंक सकने की क्षमता को देने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। और ये कोशिश वो इस आधार पर कर रहे थे, उनके अपने इस विश्वास के ऊपर कर रहे थे कि शायद ये एक ऐसा शैक्षिक संगठन है और इसमें शायद ये सामर्थ्य है कि वो आत्म आलोचना कर सकता है, वो अपनी आत्म समीक्षा में जा सकता है और उसके जरिए वो स्वयं को सुधार सकता है। इस संभावना को मानते हुए ही वो अंतिम दिनों तक बोध के साथ, पूरी क्षमता के साथ इस प्रयत्न में लगे रहे कि भाई तुम देखो, बदलो, और तुम्हारे अंदर संभावनाएं हैं। मैंने बोध का ये थोड़ा जिक्र यहाँ किया और मुझे लगा कि मैं अभी कक्षाओं में परिवर्तन की चुनौतियों पे बात करूं और बोध स्कूलों के ऊपर बात ना करूं, और इस संबंध में जलाल सर को स्मरण करने के कार्यक्रम के अवसर पे ये बात करूं तो उनके आकलन को ठीक ढंग से मैं चर्चा ना करूं तो वो बड़ा एक बहुत ही बेईमानी का और गैर महत्व का एक वक्तव्य हो जाएगा, जो कोई भी बात कहने जैसा हो जाएगा। इसलिए मैंने इसको अपनी ओर से काफ़ी हिम्मत करके अपने साथियों के समक्ष ये बात कही है। अभी परिस्थिति ये है कि मैं अगर 2-5 मिनट में, अभी परिस्थिति ये है कि आशा ये थी कि भारत में स्वतंत्रता से पहले लगभग 100 वर्ष से ज़्यादा का इतिहास है कि भारतवर्ष के आवाम को किस तरह की शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है, हमारी शिक्षा के परिदृश्य पर समस्याएं क्या हैं, चुनौतियां क्या हैं। फूले दंपति से लेके तो हम काफ़ी जानते हैं, उसके बाद का रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की चर्चा हुई, अभी महात्मा गांधी के प्रयास की चर्चा होती है, हम समझ जानते हैं। उसके बाद गिजू भाई के प्रयोगों की से भी हम सब लोग वाकिफ़ हैं। कम से कम स्वैच्छिक संस्थाओं में काम करने वाले लोग तो इन 4-5 चीज़ों से लगातार वाकिफ़ हैं और ये जानते हैं कि 100 वर्ष पूर्व की घटनाएं हैं। और वहाँ शिक्षकों के प्रयत्न और शिक्षा के बारे में संकल्पनाओं का जो बहुत देशज और हमारी स्थितियों और आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार बहुत ईमानदारीपूर्ण और बौद्धिक और एक वैज्ञानिक ढंग का जो सोच हो सकता था, शैक्षिक सोच हो सकता था, वो हमारे पास से एक शताब्दी से पहले से उपलब्ध है। और लगभग हमने कुछ खास नहीं जोड़ा है उस डिस्कोर्स के अंदर। पहले नीतिगत दस्तावेजों को, कोठारी कमीशन रिपोर्ट को आप देख लें, उसके टेक्स्ट में जो कुछ आ चुका है, उसके बाद आगे की नीतियों और कार्यक्रमों और पाठ्यचर्याओं के परिवर्तन में खास कोई परिवर्तन नहीं है। 2-5% कुछ शब्दावली बदली हो तो मुझे थोड़ा अचंभा वो होगा, क्योंकि हमने एक बार इसकी पूरी एक अध्ययन किया था कि कोठारी कमीशन से आज तक जितने भी नीतिगत दस्तावेज बने हैं उनमें एक्चुअली परिवर्तन क्या हुआ है, तो पता चलता है कि लगभग कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ। उसी बात को इधर से उधर से कहने की कवायदें हुई हैं और बार बार कुछ नया कह के प्रस्तुत करने की बात हुई है कि अब हमने कुछ नया पता किया है, नया समझ में आया है। तो यहाँ से ये प्रयास शुरू हुआ और लगातार नीति घोषणाएं एक प्रकार की रही, उसकी वैचारिकी बहुत अलग प्रकार की रही, जहाँ लोकतंत्र की और वैश्विक दृष्टिकोण की, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण की, सार्वभौमिक समानताओं के पक्षधरता की बातचीत हमेशा हुई और शिक्षा को कहीं ना कहीं उन्हीं के मध्य प्लेस करने की कोशिश की गई, उससे जोड़ के देखने की कोशिश की गई कि अच्छी शिक्षा ये सब परिवर्तन व्यक्ति, समाज और देश और दुनिया में कर सकती है। हमारे समस्त दस्तावेज इसी तरह की बात करते रहे हैं। लेकिन आज की तारीख में हम पहुँचे कहाँ हैं, हम कहाँ हैं, उसके मैं 2-3 उदाहरण 2-3 बातों से समराइज ऐसे करता हूँ कि सार्वजनिक कॉमन स्कूल हमने शुरू में छोड़ दिया। सार्वजनिक स्कूल की ये दशा है कि उसको स्कूल के रूप में गिनना भी शायद उचित नहीं है कि वो कोई स्कूल है क्या, फंक्शनल स्कूल है क्या, जो किसी भी तरह से बच्चे को तैयार करते हैं अपने जीवन के विकास में, आत्म विकास के लिए। उसके समानांतर आज हम कहाँ हैं? शिक्षा नीतियाँ हवा में हैं, सार्वजनिक स्कूल से उनका कोई लेना देना कि वस्तु स्थिति से कोई खास लेना देना नहीं है, वो उसका अंश भर भी पालन करने की स्थिति में नहीं है। इसके समानांतर निजी व्यावसायिक स्कूल जो कभी भी राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक विमर्श की संकल्पना में जिनका जिक्र नहीं है, उनको केवल उल्लेखित किया गया था कि हमारे यहाँ परंपरा रही है कि समुदाय भी प्राथमिक शिक्षा और प्राथमिक स्कूलों के प्रसार में योगदान देते हैं। अब सरकार और लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था आ गई है और बहुत संसाधन हमारे पास हैं, अब हम करेंगे, राज्य करेगा उस काम को, तो धीरे धीरे उन स्कूलों का बाद में कोई जिक्र भी नहीं होता है। लेकिन ज़मीन पर वही स्कूल और केवल वही स्कूल आज हैं। मैं मानता हूँ 100% स्कूल प्राइवेट स्कूल हैं, 100% स्कूल NGO के स्कूल, सरकार के स्कूल और सो कॉल्ड प्राइवेट स्कूल, सब प्राइवेट स्कूल हैं। सब प्राइवेट स्कूल इसलिए हैं कि जो प्राइवेट स्कूलों का शिक्षा दर्शन है, जो प्राइवेट स्कूलों की शिक्षा पद्धति है, जो उनकी शैक्षिक रणनीति और व्यवस्थात्मक रणनीति है, वो आज बहुत सार्वभौम तरीके से सरकारी स्कूलों, सरकारी दस्तावेजों और NGO के स्कूल में सब में लगभग उसको अपना लिया गया है, कहे ना कहे, लगभग उस प्रारूप में सब पहुंच गए। हमारे अभी के नीति दस्तावेज, शिक्षा नीति का प्रमुख काम ये है कि अब सामान्य डिस्कोर्स ये है, आम बोलचाल में आप प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों से बात करें, लगभग 80% 90% आम आदमी से बात करें, आम पेरेंट्स से कहाँ बात करें, बस्ती के आदमी से बात करें, गांव के आदमी से बात करें, तो वो ये कहता है प्राइवेट स्कूल में गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा होती है। एक आज की तारीख में भारतवर्ष का आम निष्कर्ष ये है कि प्राइवेट स्कूल में ही शिक्षा होती है, और शिक्षा होने का अर्थ, अच्छी शिक्षा होने का अर्थ गुणवत्ता, क्वालिटी वहाँ है। इसका सीधा संबंध है कि प्राइवेट स्कूल शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता के कौन से आदर्श और दर्शन को मानते हैं। वो आदर्श और दर्शन ही आज लगभग समस्त स्कूलों और आम जनता ने अपना आदर्श के तौर पर शिक्षा के साथ जुड़े हुए लाभ के तौर पर उसको समझा है। कोई दूसरा उसका विकल्प नहीं है। कोई आदमी ये बात नहीं करता, हमें तो आज तक नहीं मिला कि मेरे बच्चों को इसलिए स्कूल में पढ़ाओ कि अच्छा आदमी बन जाए। मुझे आज तक नहीं मिला है कोई भी। वो सब कहते हैं कि इसको कुछ ऐसे जल्दी पढ़ा दो कि इसको बहुत अच्छी नौकरी मिल जाए, बहुत अच्छी नौकरी बन जाए, अच्छा खाने कमाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, बस एकमात्र लक्ष्य है। तो सीधा आर्थिक लाभ, व्यक्तिगत लाभ और दूसरों से आगे प्रतिस्पर्धा करके आगे निकल जाने की सामर्थ्य की गारंटी कहाँ हो सकती है? कौन सा स्कूल ये कर सकता है? वही स्कूल गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान करने वाला स्कूल है। तो मेरा अपना सोचना ये है कि इस पूरी ये जो जिद्दोजहद थी, शिक्षा के मायने क्या हैं, शिक्षा का दर्शन क्या है, और शिक्षा के इस दर्शन को मूर्त रूप देने वाले स्कूल, शिक्षक प्रणाली और शिक्षा शास्त्र क्या है, उस बहस में जलाल सर का पक्ष हार चुका है, उनका पक्ष हार चुका है आज की तारीख में। और यही शायद यही कारण था कि वो अंत में खुद भी ये कर रहे थे और हमसे भी कह रहे थे कि बाकी काम छोड़ दो, इधर उधर जो सरकारी स्कूलों के साथ, इसके साथ बड़े बड़े प्रोग्राम, इसमें आपाधापी करते घूमते हो, इतने लोग इकट्ठे कर रखे हैं, ये सब हो रहा है, इसमें कोई अर्थ नहीं है। कोई जाके कुछ कक्षाओं में पढ़ाना शुरू करो, ताकि जिस स्कूल की और जिस शिक्षा दर्शन की आप बात करते हो, उस शिक्षा दर्शन को देखने की कोई जगह मिले कि यहाँ उस तरह की शिक्षा होती है, कायदे से उस तरह की शिक्षा कहीं होती है क्या, उसमें जाओ। और जब वहाँ जाओगे तभी इस विमर्श को पुनः सीखो, इसके अर्थों का पुनः निर्माण करो कि ये जो शब्दावली हमारे चारों तरफ घूमती है, दस्तावेजों से लेकर विचार विमर्शों में, प्रशिक्षणों में, उस शब्दावली के में प्रयुक्त शब्दों का वास्तविक अर्थ क्या है, और वो वास्तविक प्रक्रिया क्या है, वो वास्तविक कारक क्या हैं जो बच्चों को एक अच्छी शिक्षा प्रदान करने में सक्षम बनाते हैं। इसको बिना केंद्र में रख के अगर आप किसी संस्था का संचालन करते हैं तो संस्था के संचालन के करने की ज़्यादा आवश्यकता नहीं है। उनका बहुत साफ वो बार बार हमसे कहते थे कि इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। अब पहले ये देख लो कि आपके स्कूलों की कक्षाओं की स्थिति क्या है, और जो आप बात करते हैं और वो जो वस्तु स्थिति है उसके अंतर को आपके पास कोई उपाय है उसको पाटने का? हम लोग बहुत कहा करते थे कि सरकारी स्कूलों में हम सफल हैं आंशिक रूप से, और कई जगह नहीं हो पाते हैं, वो इसलिए कि वो व्यवस्था हमारे हाथ में नहीं है। सारे स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं ये बात करती हैं कि भाई व्यवस्था तो सरकार की है, लोग सरकार के हैं, शिक्षक सरकार के हैं, नियम कानून उनके हैं, हमारा क्या बस चलता है? हम तो परामर्श देते हैं, हम तो जाके मदद ही कर सकते हैं, सलाह ही देते हैं। तो उस सिस्टम को बड़ा मुश्किल है वहाँ कुछ कर पाना। हम ये जनरली ये बात कहते हैं जब हम लंबे लंबे कार्यक्रमों में असफल हो जाते हैं तो उसके अंत में ज़्यादातर लोग यही बात करते हैं कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। ये बात तो ठीक है, और हम सोचते थे कि लेकिन हमारे स्कूलों में तो सब कुछ हमारे हाथ में है। जैसे मैं कह सकता हूँ कि बौद्ध के स्कूलों में औपचारिक ऐसा कोई निर्णय नहीं है जिसमें मेरी सहमति नहीं रही हो 40 सालों में। तो यहाँ तो सब कुछ हमारे हाथ में है, लेकिन अब आपके स्कूलों की कक्षाओं की क्या दशा है उसका आकलन करिए ईमानदारी पूर्वक। वो कितना अलग हैं, कितने भिन्न हैं। देखिए तुलनात्मक रूप से ठीक हैं, अच्छे हैं, और शिक्षकों के भारी प्रयास रहे हैं, अलग अलग चरणों में उनकी बड़ी बड़ी उपलब्धियां रही हैं, लेकिन अंततः हम जिस शिक्षा दर्शन की बात करते हैं, शिक्षा के माध्यम से व्यक्ति समाज के बीच विषमताओं को समाप्त करने के जिस तरह की सामर्थ्य शिक्षा के द्वारा हम सोचते हैं कि हो सकती हैं, मानते हैं, और मानवीय विकास की संभावनाओं को पूरी तरह से एक तरह से प्रस्फुटित करने की संभावनाओं के तौर पर कक्षों को देखते हैं, तो उन मानकों पर जब हम अपने आप को तोलते हैं तो हमें को लगता है कि हम भी कहीं एक जगह रुक गए हैं। एक जगह रुकने का कारण क्या है, ये एक अलग प्रश्न है। वो हमारी सामर्थ्य की चूक है कि हम चुक चुके हैं, जितना हमसे हो सकता था वो हम कर चुके हैं, या कोई और तरह के कारण हो सकते हैं वो जिन्हें हम जानते नहीं हैं। लेकिन जो मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले पढ़ा था कि कक्ष का निर्धारक, निर्माता, नियंत्रक शिक्षक है, और हमारे विद्यालयों में भी, समस्त शैक्षिक संस्थाओं के विद्यालयों में भी कक्षों का नियंत्रक शिक्षक है। और वो शिक्षक एक सीमा के बाद बदलता नहीं है, वो बदल नहीं पा रहा है। वो क्यों नहीं बदल पा रहा है? ये कोई व्यक्तिगत प्रश्न है या ये कोई सामाजिक प्रश्न, स्थिति का प्रश्न है? ये कुछ प्रश्न हैं जो निरंतर हम जिनसे जूझ रहे हैं, और हमें लगता है कि शायद ये एक व्यापक सामाजिक मनोविज्ञान का प्रश्न है। हमारे चारों तरफ जिस तरह से धुआंधार किस्म का वातावरण है, देखिए दूसरे लोग अगर बात करें कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में पिछले 2 दशक 3 दशक में क्या परिवर्तन हुआ है, तो आपको इतनी रोजी पिक्चर दिखाएंगे, और मैं भी बोल सकता हूँ अभी कि देखिए कितने कितने विशाल परिसरों के कैंपसेज के कॉलेज, महाविद्यालय, असंख्य यूनिवर्सिटियाँ भारतवर्ष में जो अपनी ताल ठोक रही हैं दुनिया के समकक्ष होने की, और कितने कितने बड़े विशाल विद्यालयों के निर्माण हुए हैं। शहरों के वातावरण को देखो, कस्बों को देखो, कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस को देखो, आज उनके बराबर तो बाज़ार में दुकानें नहीं हैं। तो शिक्षा ही शिक्षा तो हो रही है, और क्या चाहिए? 2-3 दशक में इतना शिक्षा में सबको लेके ले आए हैं हम, तो एक पिक्चर वो भी है। लेकिन कक्षों में ज्ञान और इंसान के निर्माण की कौन सी प्रक्रियाएं हैं जो होनी चाहिए, जिसकी आवश्यकता है, जो हो रही हैं और जो नहीं हो रही हैं? अब इसका जवाब संक्षेप में तो नहीं है हमारे पास कोई भी, लेकिन मैं अपने लिए ज़रूर जवाब मैंने ढूंढा है 2 साल से, कि जलाल सर के तरह ही मैं भी 2 साल से बाकी सब काम छोड़ चुका हूँ। यह औपचारिक रूप से मेरे को डायरेक्टर मानते हैं, मैं डायरेक्टर हूँ नहीं वहाँ, मैं टीचर हूँ 2 साल से, और कुछ कक्षाओं को पढ़ाता हूँ, और पुनः ये समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि बच्चों की शिक्षा और कक्षों की गुणवत्ता के मायने क्या हैं। और सभी बच्चे अभी जो एक लिस्ट पड़ी थी, उस लिस्ट की विलक्षण विशेषताओं को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं क्या? ऐसे कक्ष का निर्माण कैसे हो सकता है? और ये काफ़ी कठिन है, परंतु बहुत रुचिकर है। और मुझे 38 साल में जितना आनंद नहीं आया, उतना आनंद इन 2 वर्षों में मुझे आ रहा है, और बहुत मानसिक शांति के साथ मैं उन बच्चों के साथ काम करता हूँ, और वो भी बहुत आनंदित हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा नहीं, पर कुछ झलक मैं इन लक्षणों के उन बच्चों के बीच देखने लगा हूँ, और ये समझने लगा हूँ कि ये कक्ष निर्मित ऐसे होने के लिए क्या आवश्यकता है। वो बातचीत हम कभी करेंगे, और कोई अवसर होगा तो। आपने इतनी देर सुना, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Yogen ji, for really placing before us the ideas, perspective, and practice of Professor Jalaluddin, and also sharing your own thoughts about your journey with the question of classroom and its transformation. Just couple of thoughts that was very important I would like to highlight is, the whole, the contradiction between education as a commodity and education as a transformative process for human society. And you brought it out beautifully, how the transformative process has lost, and therefore perhaps the classroom also is in some sense frozen. And secondly, the point that that you highlighted, that it's not just about, it's not just about the goals of education, but actually the imagination of how that can happen is so important. And that imagination actually starts from, I think, the big policy that you talked about, but the little policy is also important. The micro is also important. At SOLS, in fact, we have, IDEAR and SOLS over the last couple of months have done these roundtables with school principals. And one of the important things that came up again was this question of the lack of connection between the education that is happening in schools and the larger social realities. The imagination grounded in the realities of the marginalized population environment, but also the lack of connection within the education system, between teachers and students, between students and students. So that I think this is something that we have also been thinking in the school when we are designing curriculum and pedagogy. So thank you very much. We wish we had more time to listen to you, but thank you very much for bringing this point.
Thank you, Yogenji and Arindamji. I would just like to invite Kalpita ji, so the memento can be given to Yogenji. Once again, thanks a lot. And I think the discussion was very apt and in many ways self-critical in the same manner as Jalal Sahab used to make us look at things and evaluate even our own work from the ideas of the real purpose and the goal that we have set for ourselves. And more often than not, as beautifully put by Yogenji, we found that we fall a lot short in what we are talking about. But at the same time, I think the whole idea of to understand historically the entire education system, where it is going, what it is evolving into, and what it is actually, most importantly, I would say, naturalizing. बहुत कुछ ऐसा है जो कि आज के शिक्षा विमर्श में हमें महसूस होता है कि उसे बहुत सामान्य बना दिया गया है, जैसे कि शिक्षा का मात्र एक लक्ष्य है कि हम किसी प्रकार से अपना जीवकोपार्जन कर सकें, हम दूसरों से आगे निकल जाएं। शिक्षा का शायद मूल लक्ष्य यही है। किसी तरह का वृहद बदलाव शिक्षा का लक्ष्य नहीं है। ये बात आज इतनी सामान्य हो गई है कि इसको समझने में कई बार दिक्कत होती है कि कुछ ही सालों, दशकों पहले शिक्षा समुदायों के लिए बहुत अलग हुआ करती थी। एक नए मनुष्य को बनाने के साधन के रूप में हम शिक्षा को देखा करते थे। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस बिंदु को रेखांकित करने के लिए we would again like to thank Yogenji. Now moving on, I would like to introduce Shakti Prita Sen among us, who's been very close to Professor Jalaluddin, and he'll be talking about his experiences and also ideas of learning specifically, and maybe he's free to pick from wherever he wants to, but this is what he told me. Shakti Prita has been working in the field of education for around 2 decades, and he's a very dedicated development professional who has, worked extensively in early literacy, teacher development, and also, I would say, multilingual situation that we have in our country, addressing without which it's not possible to think about making every child read and write properly. Especially, he has done exceptional work on Indian scripts, and he has always been very passionate regarding how can we integrate children literature into the regular classroom across the curriculum, across the all avenues of learning. I would also like to highlight that Shakti has been very close to Jalal sir, and this is where I also met first Shakti ji, and I still remember that he sung Rag Yaman to begin with. We actually started so Shakti ji is also an accomplished singer, and later on in Udaipur we also had a good singing session once. So Shakti ji has been associated with Jalal sir for I think now 20 years, beginning from 2004, and in many ways Professor Jalal always insisted, Shakti ji, similar to me in many ways, that we have to remain in dialogue with him no matter what. So I draw a lot of parallels with my experience, but that said, it means that he has also had many intriguing and very intimate dialogues and experiences with Jalal sir. So I would like to invite Shakti ji to share his interesting experiences, anecdotes, and also the ideas that emerged in discussions with Jalal sir. So I would request everyone to please welcome Shakti ji. Thank you, Shakti ji, for joining us. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha ji. Am I audible clearly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sabhi ko mera namaskar, mera pranam. I am really humbled that I have been asked to speak about Professor Jalaluddin today. These are those very rare days or very rare moments where words fail. बात करने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ बचता नहीं है. It's just a very folded hands and remembrance of that wonderful teacher that I've had in my life. I met Professor Jalaluddin in early 2004. I was working in Prof Education Foundation at that particular point. Please tell me if it is audible. Okay. It is audible. Hello, am I audible, Sasha?
You are audible. You are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So I met Professor Jalaluddin in 2004, early 2004, and I used to be in Prof Education Foundation. I remember the way he welcomed me the day I went and met him and said that मेरे ना कुछ सवाल है जिसका जवाब मुझे नहीं मिल रहे हैं. He looked at me and said, सवाल है? Interesting. तो आ जाओ सवाल लेके. And I was there immediately from the next day. What sounded like a very informal exchange, Pratham Education Foundation, the founders then, Dr. Madhav Chavan and Dr. Rukmini Banerjee, they were very, very kind to structure that into a project so that I stay in touch with Professor Jalaluddin for the next 3 years, actually taking classes on the ground in villages and coming back and learning from him. So this was the context. But इस स्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ बिना स्ट्रक्चर के भी जितने सारे डिस्कशंस होते थे, they were at times probably much better than the structured ones. Like किसी भी तरह से जल्दी curriculum development etc करने के बाद, he would just get into a discussion on what is the biochemical processes in the soil that varies from district that gives mangoes their unique sweetness? Or why is India as a country with a 2,000-year-old history or 2,500-year-old history of Buddhism still has so much of violence? So discussions could be on anything on earth, और ये सिर्फ discussions नहीं है, इसको लगभग एकदम प्राचीन भारत की तरह वो पूर्वोत्तर पक्ष में बदलना पड़ता था। पूर्व पक्ष का उत्थापन करो और वो अगर सही नहीं हुआ तो दोबारा वापस जाओ, उस पूर्व पक्ष को सही से पढ़ाई करके स्ट्रक्चर करके ले आओ। And this used to be parallel to the probably the curricular questions that you are asking. So this is constant layers of discussions that are going on. Lunch से पहले, lunch के बाद, evening में, घर आते वक्त. So these were discussions at various levels and about various things. And I think what he was instilling in me was this idea of look at anything with a certain rigor and a framework. Like he used to often tell me, कभी-कभी ऐसे ही बातचीत करते-करते, he used to tell me, why is it important to look at the same reality once through the lens of empirical scientific data, then science experiences, then social science data, then just talking to people, why the connection of people, the practitioner experience should become a valid way of constructing knowledge, and why all of this has to happen simultaneously together. Just to understand one reality, see it from all angles. There are multiple truth rooms that need to be understood, seen, and then you may not agree with everything, but you just need to take a poise and say that multiple truth rooms exist. और ये चलता रहता था। आज का सवाल, आज का जो बहुत ही एब्स्ट्रैक्ट सवाल है, कल जाके शायद वो एक कॉन्क्रीट कुछ बन जाता था एक दूसरे हायर लेवल एब्स्ट्रैक्शन के लिए। सो ऐसे ही शिक्षा चलता रहा मेरा उनके पास। बहुत सारे मजेदार एक्सचेंजेस भी होते थे। मैं एक की बात कर रहा हूँ। एक दिन बात करते करते भाषा के किसी एक करिकुलम को बनाते हुए मैंने कहा, सर आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, दिस इज द बेसिस ऑफ लर्निंग। He looked at me and said, so you are ready to look at learning as a meta-discipline, is it so? Trust me friends, मुझे उस दिन सवाल का सवाल समझ में ही नहीं आया था, पर मैंने बोल दिया हाँ आता है। And immediately that was a turning point in our Acharya-Shishya relationship. His focus was on, having me dive deep into this discipline of learning as a meta-discipline. After a few months, he even gave me a dictum, एक definition sorts उन्होंने दे दिए और बोले कि चलो इसको क्रिटिक करो। उसका क्रिटिक मैं आज तक कर नहीं पाया हूँ। So he used to say, if I just share that with you guys, he used to say that learning is a multimodal dialogue. ध्यान दीजिएगा इन शब्दों पे, वो शब्दों का चयन बड़े ही ध्यान से करते थे। That learning is a multimodal dialogue between the biological propensities of the human brain and the cultural history encased in the human brain-mind space in its collective sense. सच बताओ मुझे शायद इसका कोई डेप्थ आज भी समझ में नहीं आता। It's a multimodal dialogue। देखिए 3-4 शब्द है यहाँ, मतलब 3-4 clauses हैं। Multimodal dialogue between whom? Between the biological propensities of the human brain and the cultural histories of the human brain as encased in collectivity. This is a very in-depth way of getting into the, you could say, the nature-nurture debate, but this is very, very specific and this is very strongly scientifically informed. वो हम मुझे बोलते थे कि do you know that learning can be clinically seen today? And do you know what cannot be seen in that larger process of learning? इन दोनों चीज साइंटिफिकली समझ कर आ जाओ पहले। मुझे एक बार याद है कि ऐसा कोई सवाल लेके मैं उनके पास पहुंचा और शायद वो पूर्व पक्ष मतलब निर्धारण करना बहुत बहुत स्ट्रांगली बहुत सही से मैंने नहीं किया था। उन्होंने सवाल को सुना और जैसे वो बहुत ही सीरीन तरीके से बात करते थे, उन्होंने मुझे कहा सवाल तो बहुत बढ़िया है, चलो चाय पीते हैं। इसका मतलब सवाल बकवास है। He will not say कि सवाल बकवास है. His way of saying it is चलो चाय पीते हैं. So when you get invited to tea, be careful. I understand उस दिन मैं कोई बात नहीं कर रहा हूं और 3-4 महीना और पढ़ाई करके मैं और दोबारा उस सवाल को लेके उनके सामने जा रहा हूं और वो फिर से सुन के बोल रहे सवाल बहुत कठिन नहीं हो गया? पता नहीं, इतने कठिन कठिन सवाल तो मेरे लिए है नहीं, which also means that the सवाल is still not good. And then I remember working hard at it, and इसको जब मैं दोबारा मतलब थर्ड टाइम मैनेजर इनके पास वापस लेके गया, उस दिन ध्यान से सुने। ध्यान से सुनने के बाद कुछ बोले नहीं। हमारे एक दोस्त थे, एक गुरुबंधु कह सकते हैं आप, उनको इन्होंने कहा कि प्रोफेसर जी ने कहा कि ये सिर्फ बात ही करेगा या 2-4 पेज लिखेगा भी? तो उन्होंने मुझे फोन करके दिया कि तुम जल्दी जल्दी कुछ लिख के भेजो उनको। तो मैंने 2 पेज 4 पेज जितना दिमाग में आ रहा था बिब्लियोग्राफी के साथ मैंने लिख के उनको भेज दिया कि सर दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव इन माय हेड। एंड जिस दिन सुबह भेजा उस दिन शाम को 4 बजे मेरे पास फोन आता है और वो फोन उस फोन में उनका बात करने का टोन इज वेरी डिफरेंट। ही जस्ट सेज tomorrow at my house at 11 o'clock. मतलब मेरा ऑफिस है कि नहीं, छुट्टी है कि नहीं, कोई सवाल नहीं। कल सुबह 11 बजे। और कल सुबह 11 बजे मैं जब पहुंचता हूं, मैं देख रहा हूं 22 किताब लेके बैठे हैं। तब स्मार्टफोन आ गया है। दिस इज अराउंड 2015। तब स्मार्टफोन आ गया है। उन्होंने कहा कि पिक्चर्स उठाओ सारे बुक्स का, और ये सब जब पढ़ना शुरू करोगे मेरे पास आके बात करना। मैंने कहा खत्म करने के बाद बात करें? उन्होंने कहा नहीं, शुरू करो, स्टार्ट रीडिंग एंड कम बैक। मुझे याद है वो 22 किताबों को पढ़ने में एंड अलग अलग चीजें, so some are on the game theory, some on the scientific understanding of singularity, some are on social science, some are on Richard Dawkins। Richard Dawkins उनके बड़े ही बहुत ही favorite author होते थे। And then he said, now come and critique। और उस critique चलता रहा। It went on and on and on and on and on। Like in several discussions, when I used to come back, सच बता रहा हूँ, मुझे कभी-कभी लगता था I am refreshed, I am rejuvenated, I am learning again। मैंने सीखना शुरू कर दिया था। This is an experience which very few people can give you। People like Professor Jalaluddin। ऐसा ही चल रहा बीच में, जैसे साशा बता रहे थे कि उनको पता चला कि मैं कभी संगीत सीखता था, तो वो भी उसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन देना पड़ रहा था। और मतलब मेरे जो संगीत गुरु थे और प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन को, दोनों को एक ही साथ डॉक्टरेट, ऑनररी डॉक्टरेट मिला था फ्रॉम अ सर्टेन यूनिवर्सिटी। मैंने 2 जने को अलग अलग जाके कहा था कि सुनिए, आप दोनों की जिंदगी में, other than this doctorate, if there is anything common, is me. So they used to make a huge fun of this particular statement. And Professor Jalaluddin was also a very accomplished tabla player, if many people didn't know. So ये चलता रहा. I think एक और चीज मैं बताऊंगा. My last meeting with him. उनके देहांत के 1 महीना पहले मुझे एक फोन आता है कि शक्ति, मैं प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन बोल रहा हूं. मेरा उम्र काफी हो चुका है. मैं एक बार तुमसे मिलना चाहता हूं और एक बार तुम्हें मतलब मैं गाना सुनना चाहता हूं, एंड प्लीज मेक श्योर नो ब्रेन साइंस दैट डे. मैंने कहा ओके. I go, but I go with a few younger colleagues जिनको उन्होंने पकड़ लिया, और द कछुआ खरगोश की स्टोरी के ऊपर बातचीत हो रहा था. और कछुआ खरगोश की स्टोरी को लेके he actually started talking about the sociology of institutionalized religion and how he is so passionately an atheist. इस पे बात होने लगे और मैं चुपचाप पार्ले जी और चाय पी रहा हूँ. ये बच्चों को झेलने दो अब. And when this was going on, at the end of the day he looks at me and said, ठीक है, अब तुम्हारा गाना हो जाए. I remember singing a Kabir Pad. This man who is a self-proclaimed atheist, who is so strongly debating against the fact of a God figure, listens to Kabir and looks at me, मेरे तरफ देखे और बोले, बस इतना ही. आज यहीं हमारे चर्चा विश्राम देते हैं और this is it. He just gets up and goes into his room. इसके बाद बातचीत बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ था. मुझे दिमाग में आ रहा था कि I want to ask him more questions about like why did he do this, but सवाल मतलब एक दिन अचानक मुझे सुबह मतलब खबर आ रहा है कि प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन no more. मैं सच बता रहा हूँ, I do not have words to express. उस दिन से आज तक I have not been able to probably process this. I do not think he's gone anywhere, and his teachings, his discipline of knowledge is right in front of me, so I can literally see him in the form of the discipline that he's instilled in us and many other people. And this is where probably I am indebted to him. That's all. Thank you so much, Sasha ji. मुझे इतना ही आज मैं बोल पाया, इससे ज़्यादा कुछ बोल नहीं पाया शायद.
Thank you, Shakti ji, for beautiful anecdotes that you have shared of how you evolved this beautiful relationship with Jalal sir. And many of us have been privileged to have that relationship. And I think one more aspect of his personality was that he could evolve these relationships and he could maintain these relationships. I still remember when I used to get a call from Jalal sir, I was like, oh my God, now my 1 hour is gone. And sometimes I would actually avoid his call, but he will call the next day for sure. I knew that he has something very important is in his mind. And so this is something that, coming from Jalal sir, makes you feel very small, given his stature, and then the kind of persistence he would show in relationships. Thank you very much. But I have one small question for you. And
Yes, please.
Yeah, that is that you worked across India, and we do talk a lot about the kind of role that he played at national level and other. But I think in terms of the issue of not just adult literacy, but early literacy, Jalal sir has played a very important role. I would just, to end, I would like that so that it gets underscored and documented. I mean, given that you have been so deeply engaged with him, I would like to, hear it you for more couple of minutes about his role in that process. And obviously, now we see Asar report and other things, many such things, but we find that he played an important role in that. So just like to hear you for more couple of minutes. Thank you.
I'll just take a couple of minutes on that. I think Professor Jalaluddin was the first person to tell me in 2004, 2005, how this idea of a reading war in early literacy was redundant for Indian scripts and languages. And ये वो ज़माना था when people were actually debating whole language versus phonics, and ये ऐसे debates पे बात करने के बाद when you would come back to him, he would ask you like scientific empirical evidences about the claims that have been made. And when you actually start looking for them, you find that this idea of a reading war is actually redundant. So that was, I think, one of the major things that Professor Jalaluddin did was to bring the cognitive neuroscience aspect of literacy to the forefront and looking at literacy as a comprehensive thing and not just talking about, he was okay with using the word balanced approach. But what he used to tell us is that it's not a balanced approach, it's not a compromise between two different methods. A balanced approach is a balanced understanding of all that a child needs. So this is where Professor Jalaluddin, that was the first aspect of Professor Jalaluddin's contribution to the larger discourse of literacy in India. Number two, I think Professor Jalaluddin's major contribution was to bring to the forefront the issue of emergent literacy as a journey which seamlessly gets transformed into more formal literacy. So he used to often say these ideas of school readiness or reading readiness, how narrow they were in definitions, and how emergent literacy was actually the most deeper way of looking at this journey. So that was his second thing, I think. And the third thing, Professor Jalaluddin, while we could debate literacy, fluency versus comprehension scores at scale, etc., 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 what Professor Jalaluddin always used to make us focus back in his discussions was the issue of equity in literacy. Are you creating a model that is for everyone? Like, do you look at literacy in terms of like classroom opportunities for children who are at the crossroad of gender, class, minority, etc.? ऐसे सवाल प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन का करना उस जमाने में they were actually very advanced for the time. इन सवालों का जवाब हम अभी भी ढूंढ रहे हैं. Probably we still don't have the best tools to capture those. But when Professor Jalaluddin used to talk about these things, I was telling you earlier that, I mean, have you learned to see learning clinically? I was like, that question stumped me. Like, ये सवाल जब वो 2005 में या 6 में कर रहे हैं, इन सवालों का जवाब मिले ऐसे लिटरेचर रिव्यू हमारे आसपास उस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा होते नहीं. So this is where Professor Jalaluddin was too advanced for his time. So these are my 2-3 points, Sasha, in 2 minutes, and we have Dean now.
Thank you, Shaktipataji. I think we can give a big round of applause for his address, and hopefully, as Shaktiji said, next time when we meet, we'll sing together and pay our tribute to Jalal sir. Thank you. Now we'll move to the next session, where I have the privilege of inviting Dheer Jingranji amongst us, and he'll also talk about Jalal sir, his work and his legacy, and obviously the experiences that he had. And to introduce Dheer Jingranji, I would request Yogenji to please come on the stage. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. कुछ होगा क्या, यहाँ पे बदलेंगे क्या? नमस्ते धीर जी। हमें से कुछ लोग तो पहले से परिचित हैं धीर साहब से, जो नहीं है उनके लिए मैं बहुत संक्षेप में जितना मैं उनको जानता हूँ मैं बताने की कोशिश करता हूँ। देखिए, बहुत यंग इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विसेज में वो डायरेक्टर थे MHRD में। उस समय हमारी मुलाकात हुई थी और वो दौर हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा दौर था जो मैं थोड़ी देर पहले अपनी बात कर रहा था, उसके एकदम विपरीत तरह का अगर दिमाग मानस हो तो आप कैसा महसूस करेंगे, वो दौर था। तो ही वॉज हेडिंग दी DPEP प्रोग्राम एट MHRD, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, भारत सरकार में। और उस समय उस कार्यक्रम की जो मुख्य योजना थी वो पूरे देश के अंदर पेडागोगिक रिन्यूअल के कार्यक्रम को विस्तारित रूप से स्थापित करने की थी कि देश भर में शिक्षा शास्त्रीय जो स्थिति है, पूरे देश के शिक्षकों को किस प्रकार से और नए सिद्धांतों और प्रक्रियाओं से परिचित करवाया जाए, और साथ साथ में उसके अनुरूप ही पाठ्यक्रम पाठ्यपुस्तकों के भी पुनर्निर्माण का एक दौर इस देश ने जो देखा था। तो धीर साहब वाज एक्चुअली स्पीयर हेडिंग दैट होल मूवमेंट। उस पूरी प्रक्रिया को वो भारत सरकार की ओर से देखते थे और हमारा उसी समय उनसे परिचय हुआ। मुझे याद है कि वो बड़ी ऊर्जावान परिस्थितियाँ थी उन सेमिनार्स में, वर्कशॉप में, जगह जगह ट्रेनिंग्स में आना जाना बहुत उत्साह देता था। और ठीक से धीर साहब के बारे में मुझे समझने को उसी समय मिला। और एक बात और बहुत व्यक्तिगत बात है कि उन्होंने न केवल बोध को बल्कि उस समय देश में जितने भी थोड़े प्रगतिशील किस्म के विचार के और शिक्षा में नवाचार करने वाले धरातल पर और बहुत ही मायने ऑथेंटिक ढंग से नवाचार जो करती थी संस्थाएं, उन सब को उन्होंने एक सूत्र में पिरोया था और उनके कामों का भरपूर प्रयोग किया था पूरे देश में कि वो जो हमारे पब्लिक स्कूल सिस्टम्स हैं उनके साथ बातचीत हो। और ये सिलसिला कई वर्षों तक चला। मुझे ठीक ये वर्ष याद नहीं है, पर ऐसा अंदाज लगता है कि 4-5 साल तक शायद इस तरह के गर्मजोशी में ये सब बातें होती थी। और मुझे उसी समय हिंदुस्तान को पूरा घूमने का अवसर भी मिला था। इस बहाने ही हिंदुस्तान के सभी प्रांतों में हम गए। सभी में जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख तक धीर साहब के साथ गए। कोशिशें की कि वहाँ पे भी हम वहाँ की सरकार के साथ में किस तरह से उनके नवाचारों और उनकी शिक्षा के प्रक्रियाओं के सुधार में काम कर रहे हैं। पंजाब में भी गए और वहाँ कुछ और विवाद भी उत्पन्न हुए। खैर वो अलग पृष्ठभूमि है। तो इस आरंभिक परिचय के बाद बहुत महत्वपूर्ण घटना ये है कि धीर साहब फिर आसाम के शिक्षा सचिव होके स्थानांतरित हुए, पर वहाँ बहुत समय आपने काम नहीं किया। जितना काम किया वो तो उसी रूप में किया जैसा वो हमेशा हर जगह करते थे। और उन्होंने फिर शायद उसी के दौरान भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा से इस्तीफा देके और वो स्वयं उन्हें शायद इस दौर में ये अनुभव हुआ कि ज़्यादा बेहतर है कि सरकारी सेवा छोड़ के और ये शैक्षिक संस्थाओं का जो शिक्षा का पूरा जगत है उसमें ही सम्मिलित हो जाना ज़्यादा श्रेयस्कर है। और तब से हम जानते हैं कि वो निरंतर बहुत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं के भारत में प्रतिनिधि के तौर पे काम किए हैं। आरंभ में रूम टू रीड से शुरू हुआ था और अब एक देश की एक प्रसिद्ध संस्था है LLF, लैंग्वेज लर्निंग फाउंडेशन, उसके फाउंडर निदेशक हैं और उस रूप में हम उन सबको जानते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद धीर जी, आप आए, आप बातचीत करेंगे जलाल सर के बारे में। जितना भी समय आपको लगे कि आप दे सकते हैं, हम आभारी होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद योगेंद्र जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? ओके, मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि
नहीं, आवाज आ रही है आपकी।
आपने जो परिचय दिया बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। प्रोफेसर जलालुद्दीन के बारे में जब भी बात करता हूँ थोड़ा सा भावुक हो जाता हूँ, इसलिए आज मैंने इससे बचने के लिए लिख लिया है जो मैं पढ़ के ही बोलूँगा। उनसे मेरा एसोसिएशन, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, 25 साल से अधिक का है। पहली बार असम में जो काम हो रहा था, उससे पहले राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी 25 साल से अधिक हो गए। Professor Jalaluddin has left an indelible impression on anyone who has interacted with him. His erudition, sincerity, and dedication to the cause of education, and most importantly, the genuineness of character and the honest approach, I found it to be unmatched. I am only one of the very large number of individuals who have been strongly influenced by him. As Shakti was saying before this, he was always ahead of his time. In India today, sometimes people make you feel that the focus on improved student learning and on foundational skills is something new, something recent. That is not correct at all. Professor Jalaluddin was emphasizing exactly this over 30 years ago, along with equity as the cornerstone of what we should do in education. He learned from his extensive reading, which he continued until the last. I remember he was very unwell when I met him last time, and still he had a book in his hand and he asked me that you should read it. He made me read a page out of that book in front of him. He was very unwell that time. He could talk about early literacy and numeracy, science of reading, neuroscience, research, parents and community engagement, tuitions and coaching, and large-scale system-level work with the same level of depth and understanding. And this was not superficial. He was a thinker and a visionary. And he used to apply all that he learned to practical systems and classrooms. He was not just, trying to understand and talk about things, always wanting to apply. Very few people are able to bridge the gap between classroom teaching and learning practices and large-scale change at the system level. He was, as I said, a thinker and a visionary who could one day talk to you about frameworks and models for full system change, and in the same afternoon guide teachers in a classroom on how to engage students in higher order thinking and reasoning work. He could bridge this within hours and show what he was talking about, how it can be done in a classroom. So this is really unique in what Professor Jalaluddin could do. He believed in sharing his understanding with everyone else, always looking out for people who could put ideas and strategies into practice. He has influenced my thinking and practice in many ways over the decades. I remember when he first spoke about a structured pedagogy and explicit teaching of decoding, as Shakti was again saying some 25 years ago, it seemed very different and even somewhat regressive at that time to people who were new to this, given that we were completely besotted with the whole language approach. So, and now, of course, the whole world is talking about structured pedagogy, balanced literacy, systematic and explicit teaching of decoding and reading. So again, the same point, he was far ahead of his time. He had understood what is required in a country like India. Very importantly, he had a way of convincing teachers. Otherwise, it is difficult to convince teachers with new things that they need to try. Because he would directly engage them, get their opinions, concerns, experiences, and talk about what happens in the classroom. That immediate bond, immediate understanding that he is talking about things that we face every day. That was very important. And that is how 25 years ago, he convinced us, and we, as Yogendraji was saying, in Assam started a program called Vidya Jyoti that was based on a structured approach to teaching and learning of language and mathematics in grades 1 to 5. What we now call FLN, as if foundational literacy and numeracy is a new term, that is something that he was advocating for and designing for 25 years ago. He made out a very strong case for ensuring that all children should be able to read well, all. And then in Assam, of course, we conceived a reading guarantee program where the Chief Minister announced that all children in Assam by the end of grade 5 will be able to read fluently with comprehension. That was his vision. Professor Jalaluddin was a keen observer of the political economy of education. Often people who are considered, technical, they will talk about pedagogy, are not so, they don't take into account what happens in the education ecosystem, the political economy of education. He would always point out why solutions need to be pragmatic. They shouldn't increase the burden of teachers, otherwise they will not get adopted. Solutions that would appeal to administrators as well, and also give a chance to politicians to take credit for some short-term wins, because that is important. He always used to say, how will this get support of the panchayat people, the MLAs, the ministers, etc.? What is in it for them? Let's see how they can claim that they have done something. So he was always conscious of the entire ecosystem. And therefore he insisted that block district education officers and others should be a part of the planning and design of any new initiative. In the last decade, people who have worked with him would be aware he did become a little cynical about the government and government schools, government institutions also, and also felt that more needs to happen outside and beyond the school, and also with parents and communities. He believed in co-creation of content and strategies, very strong believer that everyone should contribute. However, at the same time, and I'm saying this with great responsibility, he was a master facilitator. He would have his core ideas, but also then work to ensure that there was consensus. All those working with him, people like me, found they had space to create and suggest, but his core ideas, of course, remained central to the work that we did. I can never forget his childlike enthusiasm. All of you who've worked with him would know, and how his eyes twinkled, when there was a new idea and he had decided there was something new and that we should talk about it. He used to smile and then talk about that new idea. There was a twinkle in his eyes and a smile on his lips. He was constantly looking for people who could take up his ideas and plans and try them out. Many of us who have gathered here, including me, have learned from him and tried doing small and big things to improve children's learning. We owe it to this great man to keep remembering him, his thoughts, his suggestions, and keep them in our discourse and implementation wherever possible. I remember Professor Jalaluddin all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhirji, for this beautiful account, and in many ways it summarizes just not just the personality, but the impact that he has left on all of us, and the magnanimity of his character. At the same time, quite a renaissance man that he was. He was interestingly interested in everything. You could discuss music with him, you could discuss political economy, you could discuss history, but more specifically, I think there is nothing in educational discourse that escaped his attention. He was a very comprehensive thinker, and he dwelled into the very difficult and the most difficult challenges of our times, and he never, never showed his back to all of it. And I think similarly, as we are recounting, he challenged all of us in a very difficult manner, and that led into deep reflections. So thank you once again, Dhirji, for this beautiful account. We wish that you could be with us today, but hopefully next year we will have the luxury to hear you in more detail and understand from you his approach to language learning and how it led to many national level programs, and in many ways those ideas are still there with us. Thank you once again, Dhirji. Now we will move to the next session, and to facilitate the next session and introduce the esteemed guest for the next session, Professor R. Govinda, I'll kindly request Priyanka ji to come on the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So here I take the privilege now to introduce Professor R. Govinda. So Professor R. Govinda is a distinguished educationist whose contributions have shaped the landscape of educational policy and practices in India. Professor Govinda is the former Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, NUPA as we all commonly know it as, New Delhi, and currently serves as a distinguished professor at the Council of Social Development. His work spans from across primary education, decentralized social management, teacher development, and educational policy analysis. He has been closely associated with national initiatives on elementary education, teacher education, and the right to education, and has also contributed internationally through UNESCO and other global platforms. Professor Govinda's scholarship and leadership continue to inspire educationists and educators and policymakers alike, making him one of the most respected voices in the field of education today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor R. Govinda. Professor R. Govinda will be joining us online, and this session will be chaired by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon, and since it is online, Sir will sit down. Sir will be sitting here, and later on once for wherever you're comfortable, actually. Come. I can come up only, take it. Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, just to convince you that I'm here, Professor Govind. So otherwise, you will not believe that I'm here. So I'm so happy to have you here virtually. I hope someday you'll visit BMU campus. There cannot be anybody better than you who have known Professor Jalaluddin through a whole span of several decades, 4 decades at least, and worked very closely with him both at the policy spaces. As years, you and Professor Jalaluddin had worked very closely in Lok Jumbish, in Dusri Dashak, and several other ventures, some of which I may not even be aware of. But both of you have been comrades now, and also had a. I remember the band, the jovial way in which you used to,
Thank you. Am I audible? Can I speak? Thank you. Am I audible? Can I speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Menon and others who have introduced me so much. Yes, true. Actually, my association with Professor Jalaluddin was long and quite deep. We used to engage in hours together of conversations many times while at NEPA and NCRT. So what I plan to share, therefore, he was, as was already said by many others, he was very versatile. He began as a physicist, but I think, he was not just a physicist alone. He is much more as a teacher and researcher, many other things, and very versatile. Very difficult to therefore say everything about him. So what I plan to do in the short period that I have is I want to share with you the kind of conversations that I used to have with him in two phases of his life. One period was when he was at NCRT in Delhi, that is engagement with the government, how he engaged with the government and NCRT, that period. And then second was after he came back from Bangladesh, in which he began to really work independently. He used to call himself, wherever he introduced, an independent educationist. That's how he used to introduce himself, where he switched over to a different area, particularly on school-based learning, how learning happens. His whole focus was on that. I will share with you some of my conversations that I had with him during these two phases. The first phase, actually, as you know, he was engaged with policy. Much of the time he was in NCRT or engaged with the government, his engagement was with policy reforms. He had a very unique way of looking at policies. He wanted policies to be, as Dhir was pointing out, he was ahead of his time in thinking. Now we talk about policy reform as a cycle, but he used to say this at that point of time. He wanted not just rhetorical writings, but actually to really write things which can be implemented and evaluated and fed back for reform. So he always considered policy as a policy cycle. That is how he looked at. Now, his engagement in policy, in two phases he was engaged. One was with what you can call adult education. In 1978, National Adult Education Program was designed. When it was designed, he was the Director of Adult Education, Government of India's Directorate of Adult Education. He played a key role in preparing the document on National Adult Education Program. Why it is important is that this NAEP document reflected so much about Paulo Freire. That was a very radical kind of a document that was prepared. That is, he was very actively engaged in it, in preparing the document and its various phases and all those things. Then he, after a while, he moved out of that. He was also, for a while, he was also in Literacy House in Lucknow. Then he was in NCRT much of the time. NCRT brought him to another phase, another dimension of policy making, that many of you know that he played a key role in the 1986 policy making. In fact, many won't know, a policy document is a very small document, and then which was followed by program of action. Most people know about these two documents, but I remember he sharing with me the discussion that happened. I have heard from other people also his story in Shastri Bhavan, where when he was, the policy document was to be prepared and an outline was to be drawn, while most other people were agreeing to really that kind of writing, and maybe the committee discussion should happen around that. But he was the one, I'm told, which he himself also told me, that he rejected that we don't know about Indian education, how will we write policy? We need to really, first of all, do a better diagnosis of Indian education. Before that, we cannot really write this. So the challenge was, actually, the result was, in fact, of this challenge is the Challenges of Education document. I don't know how many people really have seen this, because the later phases in the government, they didn't like this document. It was not widely circulated, unlike the policy statement, and the program of action, in fact. Now, he was of the view that, policy without really understanding the ground reality, because he was told that, after all, he mentioned that when we in the conversation with me, he said that after all, we already had the 1968 policy written based on Kotai Commission. And if you have to write another policy, another short document of that kind, we will write. So what? But the 1964 Kothari Commission was written because there was not much on the ground, and it was all more like what ought to be done for education development in India. That's how national education and national development, the document was written. But today when we are doing, after 40 years of independent India, nearly 40 years, that this is not the case. We have a system on the ground. We need to understand. Now, why I'm saying this is that this was my conversation with him, that why Challenges of Education is the most important document, not necessarily the policy statement itself. Because he was, so the policy of, then who will write this document? That was actually Jalaluddin played the key role. From NCRT, he played the key role in developing these Challenges of Education. As many of you would know, this set out a series of debates and discourses on policy for the first time in India, in independent India, on education in India, after the Challenges of Education. So that was his first and second, I should say, the NAEP. NAEP, then I asked him a question, that what happened to NAEP? And what will happen to the national policy on education at that time? He had a very strange answer. He said, NAEP, we wrote, we wanted to be radical. We thought that we need to bring about a radical change, and therefore we wrote a document which is more Pavlov-Freirean document kind of a thing. But the people in the field, nor did the bureaucracy really was ready to really absorb anything that is radical. And therefore the NAEP never took shape. It was implemented like a routine government program. Now I asked a question to him. So if that is the case with NAEP, what do you think of the NPE, National Policy on Education 86? He said that he was, because at that time they were preparing the program of action document. And, for adult education itself, there was a technology mission that was being written out for that. He was very skeptical. He said that, he was not very enthusiastic in participating in the preparation of the documents post-policy, in fact. He said that, these documents will be written, we bother too much about writing good documents which will be acceptable to everyone. And change cannot come if you write things which are acceptable to everyone. There must be resistance. We should overcome resistance. We should be bold enough to really say those things. But these policy documents that we write, we write in such a way that everything looks good. And afterwards, I don't know whether it will be implemented or not. Second point that he made about the policy is that why we are missing the policy cycle. He said that, we convert policies without really engaging with the field, we convert policies into projects, which was, of course, the first time that the projects were created, all India projects were created based on the national policy on education. He said, but these projects are very limited. They don't really understand. We need to engage with the field more directly if policy has to happen. In India, that would mean there should be engagement in hundreds of places, not just like the way we engage in preparing the policies before with the help of the Challenges of Education. For implementation framework also we should engage. But we are in a hurry. We have written out a policy document. Now we are writing the program of action. I do not know what will happen. He didn't want to engage much with that. He said, we will see, government programs will come and go, and that may not really, because he said engagement on 3 dimensions are very critical, which if you want to really change, I'm talking of 1980s. He said schools, we should more directly engage with the schools. We should more directly engage with the teachers. but our policies generally really put them at the end point, and very rarely it reaches. We don't engage with the school. This is a massive exercise, and this cannot be done. He was also very critical of the programs like PMOST, which engage with the teachers training, that you cannot engage with the teachers through this kind of a distance and all. These are the two areas. A third area which he said, which definitely he was ahead of time, we are still struggling to really make it happen, is that we have to engage in a proactive manner with technology. Technology is going to really enter our life so much, but if education really stays away from technology, we are not going to really benefit from this. And we need to really engage. He was, at that time, I'm talking of 88, 89, talking like this. This is what he was telling about. So for him, actually, he wanted what now people always write, that, you know, policy is not a policy document, it's not a statement. Policy has to be seen in a cycle, that where the policy perspective is prepared and the document work comes out, then we engage with the people who have to implement, then we revise those things, incorporate, engage with teachers and teacher unions. This is how many other places it happens. Engage with the people who have to provide technological support for that, and come out with that as a full cycle. So he was definitely, as was said, that he was much ahead of time at that time in policy making. That was his engagement with policy. Probably by the time the Operation Blackboard was launched and all, he had already lost interest in that. We know that he did not then, you know, he left NCRT. So he left his direct engagement in the government also after that. He was, that ended his engagement in my view with policy reforms and all. Then comes actually another phase of his work. You know, we know from NCRT he went to Delhi University, established Maulana Azad Center for Elementary Education, but he left that. I don't want to engage with that, why he left and all those things. But he left and then went to Bangladesh. I think for 5 or 7 years he was there as an advisor to Bangladesh government from UNDP. When he came back, he began a new phase of his life. That's what he himself told me, that I don't want to really engage with or join any institution, do anything. I don't want to be in that fashion. I want to be an explorer now. So what you find in that phase is that his engagement with a variety of things, particularly with learning enhancement programs. Across the several states, he was engaged in learning enhancement programs. His whole focus was on learning, because he said that in close quarters, I observed while as an advisor to secondary education, that we don't understand the learning, how children learn in our own context. And we are only talking about learning in a very sort of esoteric fashion, as if other people cannot understand. Only we know about how learning happens. I think we need to understand learning as it happens. And so he said that my exploration is that. So if to us actually, he was engaged in several teacher training programs under learning enhancement. As many of you know, he led a major program of learning enhancement in West Bengal at that time. And then across the country, he used to go around and then do. Besides that, he also engaged with specific schools. He did a long-term work engagement with Blue Bells in Delhi University, I think Greater Kailash or somewhere, and then with Jnana Bharati. Very intense engagement with the teachers and the school. And I was asking him, exactly what are you doing? Is it helping the schools to really improve? The schools were very happy, and they felt, and then Jnana Bharati, at least I know very well, they felt that it has significantly improved the quality of teaching, learning that was happening and all. But Professor Jalaluddin used to tell me, learning is not, it is not, I don't know, the schools may have benefited, but how long it will stay, this benefit that they are getting, is that because the basic understanding of teachers and the schools about learning needs to change. That learning even now is seen more as a transaction from outside, the teacher and learner transaction. But he used to say that very much, he was, as he was pointing out earlier, that he was a voracious reader. He was up to date about what is the thinking that is going on in the world, latest thinking about neurosciences, and then the learning theories and learning strategies and all those things. He said finally children should be able to organize their own knowledge. That is the way learning can happen. And not all children organize their knowledge in their own way. Self-organized learning, that's what he used to talk about. Collaborative self-organized learning, that's what he used to talk about at that time. That is what I am trying to do. In fact, he used to say that I am trying to understand how learning happens, basically. The teachers' engagement, because this is a difficult one, because the teachers also have to fall in line in understanding learning. Then I think they teach better. So, but the teachers, in order to understand how learning happens by children, they have to really, he said that I have to realize that we have to engage with the teachers on a long-term basis. That if he said, the problem with his engagement with the government schools, and problem, what he realized by engaging with Bluebells and Jnana Bharati, is that here he consistently engaged, and he could really, he could see himself that the kind of personality change that was happening in the teachers. Because he said that if teachers have to think differently about learning than simply as a transaction that they are giving, then it is important that their belief system has to change, basically, about how children learn. And unfortunately, that is a more difficult job. That requires a long-term engagement. So he was telling that changing teachers and changing learning, these are too closely linked. And we need to really engage with teachers and classroom simultaneously. And that has to happen together. And simply telling teachers how change happens is not going to happen. Or if it is only with the children, that we can really do something good, but when you go, the teachers again get back to their old belief system. So this was the kind of experimentation. He used to say, I am only experimenting. I am learning. I am not really doing. Said that, so theoretically, how do you describe what you are doing? It's a very interesting thing, he said. That, because it was important, because a lot of talk was going on about constructivism and then connectivism and many other kinds of things that were happening, Piaget and all. He was telling that, I don't know exactly, because many of these kinds of theories that we have about learning, they are all learning that happens in open space. Learning that happens in a constrained and constricted context called school and classroom probably is a very different one. So I asked him a question. So what do you think of the traditional approach to learning called associationism or behaviorist perspective? He said, we should not throw away behaviorism, because in a constricted setup where you pre-decide and predetermine what should be learned and the context and the condition in which it should be learned, that stimulating children to acquire those things is not necessarily a wrong way of looking at things. So behaviorism and associationism don't throw away just like that, but it has to be more nuanced. Maybe not the animal-based experiment that told us the principles are really acceptable. We need to do our own experiments. Nor should we really think in terms of what others have already said about learning in classrooms. Is not alone. In the Indian cultural context, I think he used to emphasize this. This is also cultural. Learning is cultural. Learning is not just social cognitivist perspective. Although we talk of learning more as a cognition, but cognition is a more complex, more intricately related to socio-emotions and cultural context. So in the Indian cultural context, how learning happens is that only when you immerse yourself in that context that you learn, not necessarily only as a teacher. If you become a teacher because you are burdened with the idea of transaction. So researching into classroom, he used to tell me that I am only doing researching to understand for myself how learning happens. This was his answer to almost 10, 12 years of work that he did on learning. Basically, he used to focus on language learning and science and language. This he used to focus basically, and not so much with elementary school. In fact, he did much more with middle school and secondary school, because he said that this is where I feel comfortable. Not that one should not really do at the primary level, but I feel more at the middle school to really engage with try my ideas and then learn from what is happening in the field. That was his second phase, and our conversation always used to therefore be very deeply theoretical in terms of constructivism, connectivism, and he was quite impressed by the more recent theories of connection building, which is a sort of networking, how learning happens through networking. And he used to compare it with the neural network, as you know, neuroscience also. He was very much studying all those things. He was very, very deeply involved in all these things, in describing those things. And he was not dismissive of behaviorism, but he was quite skeptical of the sophisticated learning theories, which teachers may or may not be able to fully internalize, and therefore may neither do this nor do that. But we need to simplify. We need to engage with the teachers in much simpler, without any jargons. He used to say, I am talking to you, all these theoretical things, but I cannot really talk that to the teachers. I need to really put it in a different way. But he had the capacity. I don't know how many of have that capacity to really relate in that fashion. That was his second phase. Can I take another 5 minutes? Shyam, can I take another 5 minutes?
Yes, sir. Certainly, sir.
I'll take another 5 minutes. The last point I want to make is that, since he always used to say, I am trying to do some research on learning. So I used to ask him, therefore, what do you think of the research that is happening in India? Because he was also engaged in NCRT in a very big fashion. The joint director and the survey of research in education were coming out. So I asked him that, what do you think of the research that is happening? How is the research on learning that is happening in India? How do how can it be useful? He was of the view that, that if research in a focused fashion has to happen through the university system, universities have to identify themselves with an area and devote to that and develop cumulative knowledge in that particular area. If learning has to be, classroom learning should be done in that fashion, it is important that we engage with that more intensely, not really move around and then really change everything and then only talk in generic terms. But he felt that that's why I'm talking about 90s. He felt in 90s there was no institution, university in the country which could be identified with a particular area of work on school education, in which they were deeply involved, whether sociological or it is about learning theory or any other area that we are talking about, that were deeply involved in realistic sense about Indian schools. He was of the view that partly because we don't do research, because our teacher education never introduces our teachers themselves, because our researchers are basically teacher educators, and teacher education is so vastly divorced from the ground reality of classrooms, and therefore we don't really do research also. This was a very important point he made, that we seem to be engaging in very sort of a dispersed research knowledge, not that there is no research knowledge that is generated in India, and therefore we do not equip. Second point that he made about research is very interesting. He said there are what happens to all those people who say that who are doing research in the country? How do you look at all of it? He said, I have come across very profound kind of thinking among many people, not necessarily in the postgraduate departments of university, but in teachers' colleges and DIETs. He said, I have come across many very profound people, thinking people, and who are doing genuine research. But the problem they all face is that they do not know how to articulate what they have found, what they have done. This is because we don't really train our people right from the school stage to write. Articulation in writing is very critical, because writing is also, he used to say that if you do, because thinking language is important, and you are not able to critically think if you are not good in that. And if you articulate in writing, then you will be able to really express that. He used to say that this is the missing link, and this missing link begins not at the research level, it begins at the school level and continues at the college level. We become teachers, but we are not able to write. And teachers who cannot write, they may be able to teach. And we have many people, the thinking is not lacking, their insight is not lacking, but they are unable to express and communicate in research paradigm. And I think this is a second very important point he made. Third point that he made is, as I said little earlier, that unfortunately the institutional arrangement for research in our country, which is dispersed into postgraduate departments, which are engaged in teaching most of the time, and their focus is not, we have not developed deep research centers who engage in the reality, engage with the teaching, engage with the learning, engage with the ground reality as it is, but they devote essentially on research and develop in that fashion. He in fact shared with me that, when he began working on Maulana Azad Center's proposition, the proposal he was preparing, he thought that Maulana Azad Center would develop into a sort of a path-breaking research center engaged. He used to compare it with the kinds of research centers that one would find in Europe and America, and then see how they are deeply engaged and come out and develop themselves as a school of thinking. And that should happen in India also. There should be diverse schools of thinking about what is happening. He said that, he thought like that. He did not succeed in that. And he said that this may not be, it's not just the failure of Delhi University. Probably Indian academia's culture is still need to evolve. Evolve in really sort of separating teaching, separating rather bureaucratic thinking from the intellectual endeavors. We are too much beholden to bureaucracy, where most of the research that we do often is about either rejecting the government point of view or endorsing the government point of view. There is no fundamental thinking that we ourselves do. That is where the future of research should be in India. That's what he used to share with me. It's what I wanted to share. It is a never-ending thing. I can keep talking about what our conversation with my conversation with Jalaluddin for hours together. It used to happen like that. He would come to Nipa and we used to sit, and then maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, he used to talk like this. That is how the conversations used to happen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to sort of remember him, remember the learning that he had. He was a teacher to many people without being a teacher. He was one such person to me also. As he said, we all learned so much from him, but he was never a traditional teacher to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Govinda, for this beautiful summary, three-phase summary essentially of his entire work, his life, his endeavor to enrich the Indian education system, and also the work that he did across the globe. And I do find that in every phase he was raising very critical questions and simultaneously very important insights into what it means to really have a transformatory agenda of education in India, and especially the developing world, which it was highly relevant. I think when we were leading up to this event and I was having conversation with you, one question I had also raised, I think yesterday only, and I would like to hear your sharp insights on that, so it also gets in a way documented, And maybe when we'll be trying to come up with a text about this, emerging from this event, maybe it can get underlined. So all these insights that he developed across the various phases, and there is a sense of continuity where in every phase he has certain learning and certain disillusionment. That also leads him to another phase, but in every phase he is developing very core insights, as I felt from your talk. Where do you find the current policy space, given your expertise, especially in primary education policy in India, the space and the integration of his views? I would love to have a comment on that as we conclude. Thank you, sir.
No, for me, actually, I would focus essentially when I say research on school education. I think we need to really focus on transformative research. Our research is all actually sort of descriptive. And even when we do experimental research and all, they are all half-baked, designs which really look like, experiments of that kind, and then not necessarily lead us to change. For me, transformative research has to be cumulative. We should be able to see the kind of change that is happening. And schools have to become the core focus of such research to happen. It's a very risky proposition I am making, because the schools themselves are becoming very fluid today, with the artificial intelligence taking over in a big way. That the schools themselves, the kind of schools that we went, I and you went, actually is becoming in a way outmoded in the current scenario of artificial intelligence, where access to knowledge is not the monopoly. Our access and then transmission of knowledge to the new generation is not the monopoly of the schools and colleges anymore. It happens in different way. This is why I am saying is that but schools are not going to disappear tomorrow. So if you want to really move forward, it's okay to really talk in terms of foundationals, mission for foundational skills and all. In a way, for me, it is very sort of a perplexing for me, because after 75 years, we are saying that children are not learning basic reading and writing. We need to have a mission for foundational skills. I think it's a bit perplexing for me. After 75 years of independence, we are talking about it. Did we think earlier about this, that it should not happen? We should not reach this level. So I am not really very much impressed by these kinds of activities. But we need to be more holistically engaging with schools as organizations, individual organizations, not the system. I think the systemic level that we have spread, our research, that government of India would, or the state government will think of a particular mode, and it will be implemented everywhere, like Nali Kali in Karnataka or ABL in Tamil Nadu will bring about transformation of the schools. I think it is all not correct. What I learned from Professor Jalaluddin is that every school has to find its own way of really changing itself. It cannot be really premeditated and supplied to any other school. And that has to be done through a participatory manner in that fashion. No, do we have research which engages with this kind of thinking? This is what I think we should be really going ahead in future.
Thank you for this very insightful discussion and answer. And now I would request Professor Shammin to just conclude this session. Yes, this session.
Thank you, Sasha. Yeah, one of the things which I think and you mentioned that, Sasha, in the morning, and I would like to reiterate that, is that Prof. Jalaluddin was primarily a student of science. That's something which he never left. So in much of what he did, I think he was basically trying out with large models and trying to see evidences that would support or oppose models and transform models. That's the kind of thing. And in that, I think he used metaphors, various kinds of metaphors. For instance, chaos theory, and the as you mentioned, the neural systems, and also things like even mobilization. I remember conversations in the Govinda will also remember conversations in Dusri Dashak, where the how to mobilize communities to come out with, how to create the demand side, not just the supply side, but the demand side. How do we mobilize demand for quality education? And he had interesting ways of doing it. That's where he really did not try to bypass, look at it as a machine, and an assembly line like most bureaucrats would look at from above, like Professor Govinda alluded to just now. But he would look at it as, how the transformative mobilization process can happen from below. So, there are what Professor Govinda would say, agent provocateurs. I can't even pronounce the French. The agent who would provoke changes. That kind of an approach to mobilizing changes within. That kind of a thing was simultaneously there. So it's not just the demand for quality learning has to happen from the communities themselves, and the school system would respond to it in a certain manner. So it's not as though everything is engineered within the school system, and then the stimuli for change is basically originating from classrooms alone. Classrooms are also in a way in dialectically responding to the larger aspirations, and classrooms just in a way both stimulates as well as responds to those. So he had this somewhat complex ideas about how these things worked. And another thing I must mention is actually particularly when I had really closely observed his work in Gyan Bharati School and even Bluebell School. He also almost gave up on mainstream curriculum and textbooks and stuff like that. So it didn't really interest him if we complain about textbooks and how it is written and so on and so forth. I mean, because he felt that it's better to scaffold this entire process through some kind of a learning processes. I mean, provide the kids, the young people, with the ability to learn, learn how to learn. So there, I think he was influenced a great deal by the SAPA approach, the science process approach, the American Association of Advancement of Science, and both of us had gone to great details discussing about the science process approach, in which he did mention that rather than conceptual and substantive categories of conceptual structures that needs to be aimed at in teaching, but it's the process structures, how the young learners go through those processes of learning, like observation, making sense, classification, seeing relationships, seriations, asking questions, formulating hypotheses, testing, inferring, predicting, evaluating. These kinds of things which in a curriculum mode, if we can implement, that would be much better. It can be geography, it can be economics, it can be botany, it can be physics. So that was his approach. I thought there is a lot of things to learn out of this particular thing. Even in the university, I really feel here in this university we try to call this by a new name called active learning, where basically we are rehashing the same wisdom, basically saying that the major protagonist of the learning process is the learner, and the teachers are only facilitative. I mean, how do we do this is to create in the conditions, the best conditions that's possible for them to discover and go forward. I don't want to go any further, but talking about Professor Jalaluddin is always he was a polymath. he had this enormously wide interest in various things, which included cinema, which included music, and that to Western, Bengali, and Indian folk, everything. It was such a pleasure and such a stimulating experience ever to have conversations with him. I wish we had more such opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Govinda and Shyamji. And with this, we'll be now concluding our day. In many ways, it has been a day where many memories in my mind back. So many ideas, because when Jalal Sahab was there, जब जलाल साहब हम सब लोगों के साथ थे और हम जब मर्जी चाहते थे उनको फ़ोन करके उनसे बात कर लेते थे, उनके पास पहुंच जाते थे, वो बुला लेते थे, तो ऐसा लगता था कि जलाल साहब बहुत सारी बातें बता रहे हैं, and that's all right, okay, it sounded all right, it's around us. And the moment he left, I started feeling it was so rare, and it was only him in many ways who was raising these questions. So those questions and those ideas are back in my mind, and in many ways today's day was a personal journey also, to recollect all the interactions that I could have and so many of us had. So with this, we'll be now concluding, and I would ask also once again Professor Shyam Menon just to come over and maybe say last few words, and then we'll have a vote of thanks.
I said those words anyway. Thank you very much. It's such a privilege for me, particularly because I'm also leaving this. I'm on the way out of my somewhat too long. I mean, probably it was too longer than it should have been, my professional career, and I'm concluding that. So this seems to be a very nice finale for that. I think what can be a better way than paying tribute to someone I respected so much, and so it is. It's such a personal privilege that it happened, and I'm so happy that both has come into contact with BMU, and there are. I would tend to think that there are this coalescence of similar ideas would happen in the years to come, and I think I have as I'm very fond of saying that my job was just to sprinkle water, wherever there are seeds, and they would sprout. So it's not, I did not sow those seeds. I was just only sprinkling water. So that's what I've been doing. So midwife, you can call me. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Professor Shyam and Professor Govinda. Now I would ask Priyanka ji to extend formal vote of thanks for everyone. Thank you.
On behalf of BML Munjal University, IDR, Board Siksha Samiti, and Rajasthan Adult Education Association, I extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who made it to today's program possible. This event would not have been possible without the dedicated effort of student volunteers from ERIC and the school and the faculty and the School of Liberal Studies, whose support and coordination played a very crucial role throughout the program. We thank all our speakers, discussants, and participants from their thoughtful reflection and contribution. The conversations today enriched our engagement with questions of education, equity, adult learning, and the transformative possibility for pedagogy and public action. We are especially grateful to Professor Jaskiran Arora, Dean Quality Education, for the thoughtful anchoring and guiding the program throughout the day. We also acknowledge the larger ecosystem of the strategic initiatives at BMU, efficiently led through initiatives through Studio Rashomon, Connect and IDEA, anchored respectfully by Professor Sanjay Barnela, Dr. Biplav Kumar, whose effort continue to create meaningful spaces for interdisciplinary engagement and public dialogue. We also sincerely thank Professor Arindam Banerjee, Dean School of Liberal Studies, for his continued encouragement and support in nurturing spaces for interdisciplinary dialogue and meaningful public engagement. A heartfelt thanks to also Professor Sham Menon, officiating Vice Chancellor, BML Munjal University, for his support for critical academic and public initiative. He has always supported us and encouraged us to have conversations and dialogue, and also collaborate with many organizations which are very critical and create that space to have such dialogues. We also would like to thank Ms. Swati Munjal, President of BML Munjal University, for her continued commitment to educational initiatives centered on inclusion and transformation. We also acknowledge all collaborating institutions and partners whose support made this gathering very possible. A sincere appreciation to the communication team, IT team, events, and administrative team at BMU, along with all the faculty members, staff, and colleagues for the seamless coordination and support behind the scene. I know I've mentioned people, but I'm apologizing if I could not mention, if I missed thanking anyone. This is a collective event, and we all know that single-handedly or as individuals, we cannot pull up events like this. So it is a collective event of many behind the scene. Professor Anup, Sasha, I've never met Sasha before. It was always phone calls. But when he came here, I see students are so comfortable, and how both and BMU especially, as well as faculties, know you. So Sasha, thank you so much for being there day and night past 1 week. Dr. Manu, Dr. Shamajit, and many others who are there behind the scene helping throughout. Tamanna, PhD scholar, I see you that you're here. Thank you so much. Samiksha from Studio Rashomon. And there are many others who work behind the scene to make today possible. And finally, we thank all of you, all who was present today, and for those joining online, for your participation and engagement. We hope today's discussion continue to inspire further reflections and collaborations and actions. Thank you once again, and good evening. And I would request all of you to join us for tea today, and requesting student volunteers if you could guide our guest to the experiential center behind for tea. Thank you once again.